This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never thought I'd be the person writing something like this. I've always been pretty skeptical about supernatural stuff. Ghost stories, spirit encounters. I'd always chalk it up to people's imaginations or them wanting to see something that wasn't there. But what happened to me last month in Utah has completely changed how I look at, well, everything. I was in Glendale, Utah for work. I travel a lot for my job. I'm in construction management, and we had a project nearby. After dealing with contractors and permit issues all morning, I needed to clear my head. My hotel clerk had mentioned the International Peace Gardens as a nice spot to visit, saying it was peaceful and not usually crowded on weekdays. It was a Tuesday afternoon when I decided to check it out. The weather was perfect, not too hot, with just enough clouds to keep the sun from beating down too hard. The gardens were beautiful, with these winding paths between sections representing different countries. Each had its own unique plants and decorations. After the stress of the morning, the quiet was exactly what I needed. I wasn't paying much attention to other visitors at first. I was just walking, taking photos of cool-looking flowers on my phone, and trying to decompress. That's when I first noticed them. An elderly couple sitting on a bench in what I think was the Italian section of the garden. They were sitting close together, the man talking animatedly while the woman listened with this gentle smile on her face. There was something so peaceful about them. The man was wearing a navy button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up and khaki pants. He had this weathered face with deep laugh lines around his eyes. The woman was wearing a floral print dress in soft blues and purples. Her silver hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she had this colorful shawl draped around her shoulders despite the warm day. They looked so content together that it made me smile as I passed by. I continued down the path, stopping occasionally to read the little plaques describing the plants or the meaning behind certain garden features. I was standing in front of a small fountain, reading about its significance, when I noticed someone approaching from my peripheral vision. It was the elderly woman from the bench. As she passed by, she gave me this warm smile that reached her eyes and said, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" in a soft voice with a distinct Hispanic accent. I agreed, and she nodded before continuing on the path that led toward the garden exit. I remember thinking that her shawl had these intricate embroidered flowers that looked handmade. It was a really beautiful piece. After a few more minutes, I found myself looping back around to where I'd seen the couple. The garden paths kind of wind around on themselves, and I ended up approaching the same bench from another direction. The elderly man was still there, but now he was alone. He was still talking, though, gesturing with his hands and speaking softly, as if his wife was still sitting right beside him. At first, I thought maybe she'd gone to the bathroom or something, but as I got closer, I realized he was having a full conversation, pausing as if listening to responses. It struck me as odd, but I figured maybe he had a phone earpiece I couldn't see. Still, something about it made me stop. "Excuse me," I said, approaching slowly so I wouldn't startle him. "I think your wife just headed toward the exit a few minutes ago." The man looked up at me, not startled at all, and smiled. "Did you see her?" he asked, his face lighting up. "Was she wearing her blue dress with the flowers and her shawl?" I nodded, a bit confused by his excitement. "Yeah, that's her. She had a colorful shawl with embroidered flowers." The man's eyes filled with tears, but he was smiling wider now. "That was my Catalina. She loved those gardens. Would you like to sit for a moment, young man? Something in his expression made me accept, though I was getting a strange feeling about the whole situation. I sat down on the bench beside him, and he immediately reached for his wallet. "My name is Miguel," he said, pulling out a small photo. "And this is my Catalina." He handed me a slightly worn photograph. It showed the two of them, clearly younger, but unmistakably the same couple. They were standing in this very garden, arms around each other, both beaming at the camera. The woman was wearing the exact same dress and shawl I had just seen. "Nice to meet you, Miguel. I'm Ryan," I said, handing back the photo. "Your wife seems lovely." His smile turned sad. "Catalina passed away 5 years ago. Cancer. We were married for 53 years. I felt a cold sensation wash over me. I must have visibly paled because Miguel reached out and patted my arm. "It's okay, son. You're not the first person to see her here. These gardens were our special place. We came here every Sunday after church for decades. The first date we ever had was right here at this bench." My mind was racing to find a logical explanation. Maybe I saw someone who just looked similar. Miguel shook his head and pulled out his phone. "Let me show you something." He began scrolling through photos, stopping on one that showed his wife closer up at what looked like a family gathering. This was our last Christmas together. It was undeniably the same woman I had seen just minutes ago. Same gentle eyes, same smile lines, same silver hair styled the same way. She was even wearing the distinctive shawl. "I come here twice a week now," Miguel continued, seemingly unfazed by my shocked expression. "Tuesdays and Sundays, she visits me sometimes, not every time, but often enough." He said this like it was the most natural thing in the world. "You're not surprised by this?" I managed to ask. Miguel chuckled. "The first time I thought I was losing my mind. I saw her sitting right here while I was walking up the path. When I got to the bench, she was gone. I cried for hours that day. But then it happened again and again. Sometimes other people see her too, like you did today." He scrolled through more photos on his phone, showing me pictures of their children and grandchildren. In every family photo, Catalina wore that same shawl. Miguel explained that she had made it herself, embroidering each flower to represent their children and grandchildren. "Our youngest daughter has it now," he said, his voice catching slightly. "Catalina wanted her to have it. But whenever she appears to me here, she's wearing it. I think it's because she knows how much I loved seeing her in it." I sat with Miguel for almost an hour as he shared stories about their life together. How they met when he was a young construction worker and she worked at her family's restaurant. How they saved for years to buy their house. The struggles they faced as immigrants building a life together. Their children's accomplishments and their grandchildren's antics. Throughout our conversation, I kept thinking about the woman I'd seen. Her solid presence as she walked past me. The sound of her voice. The way the sunlight had hit the embroidery on her shawl. There had been nothing ghostly or transparent about her. She had seemed completely, physically real. "Can I ask you something, Miguel?" I finally said during a pause in the conversation. "When you see Catalina here, can you touch her? Is she solid?" He shook his head slowly. "No, she sits with me, and sometimes I can feel the bench shift a little, like someone's sitting down. But if I try to hold her hand, there's nothing there, just air." His expression showed no disappointment at this fact, only acceptance. But I can hear her voice. She tells me about the grandchildren, like she's still watching over them. She knows things that have happened since she passed. I don't know why, but tears started forming in my eyes. I'm not usually emotional, especially not with strangers, but there was something about Miguel's quiet certainty, his matter-of-fact acceptance of something so incredible that touched something deep inside me. "Do you think—" I hesitated, not wanting to sound insensitive. "Do you think maybe your mind is just showing you what you want to see because you miss her?" Miguel didn't seem offended. He just smiled that gentle smile again. "That's what my son says. He's a doctor, very scientific. But how would that explain you seeing her, or the garden attendant who's greeted her, or the young mother last month who asked where Catalina got her shawl?" He patted my arm again. "Some things in this world can't be explained, Ryan. I've stopped trying." As the afternoon wore on, Miguel showed me a spot near the Japanese section where they'd renewed their vows on their 50th anniversary, just months before Catalina got sick. He pointed out her favorite flowers and told me how she used to bring clippings home to press into books. "She always said a part of her would stay in these gardens," Miguel said as we slowly walked the paths. I didn't know how literal that would be. When it was time for me to leave, I felt strangely reluctant to go. Miguel walked with me to the garden entrance, moving slowly with his cane, but insisting on seeing me out. We exchanged phone numbers, though I'm not sure why. Maybe because I wanted some connection to this extraordinary experience, some proof that it had really happened. At the gate, Miguel suddenly stopped. "She liked you," he said. "Catalina always had good instincts about people." "How do you know?" I asked. "Because she showed herself to you," he said simply. "She doesn't do that for everyone who passes by. Only the ones she feels need to see her." I thought about that as I walked back to my hotel. What had Catalina seen in me that made her reveal herself? Was it just random chance? Or had she somehow sensed something in me that I wasn't even aware of myself? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, searching for any detail that might explain what I'd experienced. I looked up the International Peace Gardens online and found nothing about it being haunted or having any supernatural reputation. There were just pictures of the beautiful gardens and information about their history. I called my mom the next morning and carefully described what had happened, half expecting her to tell me I was working too hard or needed more sleep. Instead, she was quiet for a long time. "Your grandmother used to say that love doesn't end with death," she finally said. Maybe Catalina and Miguel proved she was right. It's been about a month now since my visit to the gardens. I've spoken to Miguel twice on the phone. The first time, he called to tell me that he'd seen Catalina again, and she'd mentioned meeting me. The second time, I called him after having a vivid dream about sitting in the gardens with both of them. I'm still processing what happened that day. I've never believed in ghosts or spirits before. I've always needed logical explanations for things, but I keep coming back to what Miguel said. Some things in this world can't be explained. I've searched for photographs of the gardens online, looking at visitor pictures, hoping to catch a glimpse of a woman in a floral dress with a colorful shawl. I haven't found any, but I keep looking. I'm scheduled to go back to Utah in 2 months for a follow-up on our project. I've already decided I'll visit the gardens again on a Tuesday. Maybe I'll see Catalina once more. Maybe I'll just find Miguel sitting alone on his bench, talking to the empty space beside him. Either way, I know those gardens hold something special, something that challenges everything I thought I knew about life and death and what comes after. I still don't know why Catalina showed herself to me that day. Maybe I'll never know. But I'm grateful that she did, and that Miguel shared their story with me. It's changed something fundamental in how I see the world. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my thoughts, I find myself hoping that someday, decades from now, Someone will pass by me in a garden somewhere and see the person I loved most sitting beside me, keeping me company long after they're gone. This happened to me exactly 7 days ago, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I've barely slept this week. I keep replaying it in my mind, questioning my sanity and wondering if what I saw was real. I live in Riverton, Kentucky, a small town where nothing ever happens. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, where the biggest event of the year is the summer fair, and where the local gas station serves as a makeshift community center. That morning started like any other Tuesday. I had an early shift at the electronics store where I work, and I needed my usual caffeine fix. I woke up late, rushed through my morning routine, and headed to the Gas and Go on Maple Street. It's a dingy little place, but it's convenient and has those energy drinks I like, the ones with way too much caffeine and probably enough chemicals to preserve a body for centuries. I pulled into the parking lot around 6:45 a.m. The place wasn't busy, just a couple of trucks filling up and a few early risers grabbing coffee. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed in that annoying way they do, casting everything in that sickly yellowish glow. The smell of burnt coffee and cleaning chemicals hit me as soon as I walked in. Trevor was behind the counter, a skinny guy with a patchy beard who'd been working there for years. I'd chatted with him a few times before, nothing beyond small talk about the weather or complaining about working early shifts. I grabbed my energy drink from the cooler and got in line behind this middle-aged woman. She looked ordinary, shoulder-length brown hair with some gray, maybe in her late 40s, wearing a beige jacket and jeans. Nothing remarkable about her at all. The woman, I later heard Trevor call her Elaine, was ordering cigarettes. I wasn't really paying attention, just scrolling through my phone, half asleep and thinking about how much I didn't want to go to work. But then something made me look up. It's hard to explain what drew my attention. Maybe it was the sudden silence where there should have been words, or some instinctive part of my brain that sensed something was wrong. Whatever it was, I looked up from my phone, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Elaine had stopped moving, completely stopped. Her hand was extended halfway to the counter, reaching for the cigarettes Trevor was handing her. Her mouth was slightly open, mid-sentence, but she wasn't moving, not swaying slightly like people normally do when standing, not blinking, not breathing. She was completely, utterly still, like someone had hit a pause button on her existence. At first, I thought I was seeing things. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. I blinked hard, expecting the moment to pass, but it didn't. She remained frozen. I glanced at Trevor to see if he noticed, and the look on his face confirmed I wasn't hallucinating. His eyes were wide, his hand still extended with the pack of cigarettes, his mouth slightly open in confusion. Ma'am?" Trevor said hesitantly. No response. Elaine remained perfectly still, not a flicker of movement, not a twitch, nothing. I looked around the store, wondering if this was some elaborate prank, but everything else seemed normal. The ceiling fan continued to spin. The coffee machine gurgled. Outside the glass doors, cars drove past. A guy walked in, grabbed a newspaper, and went to the counter to pay. He walked right past us, seemingly not noticing anything strange about the frozen woman. "Do you see this?" I whispered to Trevor. He nodded slowly, his face pale. "What the fuck?" he mouthed. I took a step closer to Elaine. "Ma'am, are you okay?" I waved my hand in front of her face. Nothing. Her eyes didn't track the movement. They didn't blink. They just stared forward, glassy and fixed. I even gently touched her shoulder, but it was like touching a mannequin, solid and unyielding. She didn't react at all. Her skin felt normal, not cold or unnaturally warm, just there. This went on for what must have been about 20 seconds, though it felt much longer. Trevor and I exchanged bewildered looks, neither of us knowing what to do. Call an ambulance? But for what? She wasn't having a seizure or a heart attack, at least not like any I'd ever heard of. She was just paused, and then it happened. 1 second Elaine was frozen in place, and the next she started moving again. But not normally. Oh God, not normally at all. Her movements were jerky and too fast, like when you fast-forward a video, but can still see each frame. Her arm completed its reach for the cigarettes in a blur of motion that wasn't smooth, but a series of positions, as if someone was taking rapid photos and flipping through them. Her head turned toward her purse in that same stuttering, too-quick motion. But the worst part, the part that still gives me nightmares, was when she spoke. What came out of her mouth wasn't words, at least not at a speed that made sense. It was a high-pitched, distorted sound, like a tape being played too fast. "Thanks much, you'll get this now." All run together, all wrong, all inhuman. Trevor jumped back, nearly knocking over the display of lighters behind him. I stumbled backwards too, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. And then, just as suddenly as it all began, Elaine was normal again. She put the cigarettes in her purse, handed Trevor some money, and waited for her change. Her movements were regular human movements. When she spoke to thank Trevor, her voice was completely normal, a slight southern accent, nothing unusual. She turned to leave, and for a brief moment, her eyes met mine. There was nothing unusual in them, no recognition of what had just happened, no sign that anything was wrong. Just the casual, slightly distracted look of someone thinking about their day ahead. The bell above the door jingled as she left, and I watched through the window as she got into a blue Honda and drove away. Completely normal, as if nothing had happened. Trevor and I stared at each other in stunned silence. "Did you—" I started. "Yeah," he said immediately. "I saw it too. What the actual fuck was that?" "I don't know," I replied, my mouth dry. "Has that ever happened before, with her or anyone else?" Trevor shook his head, looking genuinely scared. "Never. Nothing like that. Ever." I put my energy drink on the counter, suddenly not wanting it anymore. My hands were shaking. "There's cameras, right?" I asked, pointing to the security camera in the corner of the store. "It would have caught what just happened." Trevor nodded slowly. "Yeah, Mr. Grayson reviews the footage at the end of each day. He's paranoid about theft. Can we look at it? Now?" I asked. I needed to see it again, needed confirmation beyond our two sets of eyes. "I don't have access," Trevor said. "Only Mr. Grayson does. He comes in around noon." I looked at my watch. It was barely 7 a.m. I couldn't wait that long. I had to get to work. But I wasn't about to let this go. "I'll come back during my lunch break," I said. "Around 1. Will Mr. Grayson be here?" Trevor nodded. "Yeah, he's usually here until 3. I paid for my drink and left, my mind racing. The whole drive to work, I kept going over what I'd seen. Had Elaine had some kind of medical episode? But that wouldn't explain the unnatural movement, the accelerated speech. A seizure doesn't make you move faster than humanly possible. It doesn't make you freeze and then speed up like a glitchy video. Work was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. I kept checking the clock, waiting for 1 p.m. to roll around. My boss asked if I was feeling okay. Apparently I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I almost laughed at how close yet far off that description was. At 12:45, I told my boss I needed to run an urgent errand and headed back to the Gas and Go. My heart was pounding as I pulled into the parking lot. What if the footage showed nothing unusual? What if Trevor had changed his story? What if I was actually losing my mind? I walked in and saw an older man behind the counter. Mr. Grayson, I assumed. He was heavy-set with thinning gray hair and thick glasses. Trevor was stocking shelves but looked up when I came in. He gave me a subtle nod. "Excuse me," I said to Mr. Grayson. "I was in here this morning and witnessed something strange. I was hoping to see the security footage from around 6:45 to 7 a.m. Mr. Grayson's expression changed immediately, hardening. "Why would you need to see that?" I explained what Trevor and I had seen, the woman freezing and then moving in that unnatural way. As I spoke, I noticed Mr. Grayson's face growing increasingly closed off. "That's ridiculous," he said flatly when I finished. "Security footage is private property. We don't show it to customers." "But Trevor saw it too," I insisted, gesturing to where Trevor was pretending to be busy with the shelves. "Ask him." Mr. Grayson called Trevor over. "This young man says you both saw some woman freeze and then move like a fast-forwarded video this morning. That true?" I could see Trevor hesitate. He glanced at me, then at Mr. Grayson, then back at me. "Yeah," he finally said. "It was weird. Really weird." Mr. Grayson's face flushed red. "I don't have time for this nonsense. Either buy something or leave." "But," I started, "now." His tone left no room for argument. I looked at Trevor, who gave a small shrug and mouthed, "Sorry," before going back to stocking shelves. Frustrated and confused, I left the store, but I wasn't about to give up. I waited in my car until I saw Trevor come out for what I assumed was his smoke break. He lit a cigarette with shaking hands and leaned against the wall of the building. I approached him. "Hey, what was that about? Why wouldn't he let us see the footage?" Trevor took a long drag of his cigarette. "Look, man, I don't know. All I know is I need this job, and Grayson was giving me the look that says, 'Shut up or get fired.'" "But you did see it, right?" I pressed. "I'm not crazy." "You're not crazy," he said quietly. "I saw it too, exactly like you described. She just stopped, and then moved all wrong. That sound she made." He shuddered. "But here's the thing. Grayson was weird about it. When you left, he told me to never mention it again. Said if anyone else came asking, I should say it never happened." "Why would he do that?" I asked. Trevor shrugged again. "No idea, but he seemed, I don't know, not surprised, more like annoyed, like this was something he'd dealt with before." That sent a chill down my spine. "Has anything else strange happened here that you know of?" Trevor hesitated, taking another drag. "I don't know for sure. But about 6 months ago, I heard 2 older customers talking about seeing something similar at the library. A man just stopping mid-step for like half a minute, then moving again like nothing happened. I thought they were just gossiping or making stuff up." "And now?" I asked. "Now I don't know what to think," he admitted. "Look, I gotta get back inside. Grayson watches the cameras like a hawk." I nodded and let him go, my mind swirling with questions. I decided to drive by Elaine's house. I'd seen which way she went and remembered her blue Honda. It wasn't hard to find in a town this small. I spotted her car in the driveway of a modest one-story house on Elm Street. For a moment, I sat in my car across the street, wondering what the hell I was doing. What was my plan? Knock on her door and ask, "Excuse me, did you know you glitched out of reality this morning?" In the end, I didn't have the courage to approach her house. What if she had no idea what had happened? What if she thought I was insane? Or worse, what if she did know and there was something fundamentally wrong with her that I really didn't want to find out about. I drove back to work, late from my lunch break and with more questions than answers. Over the next few days, I did some research, looked up medical conditions, temporal lobe epilepsy, seizure disorders, anything that might explain what I saw. Nothing came close. I went back to the Gas and Go a couple of times, hoping to catch Trevor alone to talk more, but he was always with other customers or Mr. Grayson was hovering nearby. The last time I went in, Trevor passed me a note with my change. It said, "Stop asking questions. Weird stuff happening to people who do." That scared me enough to back off. I haven't been back to that gas station since, but here's the thing that keeps me up at night. What if what I saw wasn't a one-time glitch or a medical anomaly? What if it's happening all over Riverton? What if there's something fundamentally wrong with the fabric of reality here, and most people just don't notice it? I can't stop thinking about Elaine, about how she just continued her day like nothing happened. Does she know? Does she experience these moments of being frozen and then fast-forwarded? Or is she completely unaware, moving through life while occasionally slipping out of sync with the rest of us? I don't have answers. All I know is what I saw, and it was real. Trevor saw it too, and for some reason, Mr. Grayson doesn't want anyone talking about it. I'm thinking of moving away from Riverton. I don't feel safe here anymore, not because I'm afraid of Elaine or whatever happened to her, but because I'm afraid of what it means. If reality can break down for one person, even for 20 seconds, what's stopping it from happening to me? What if one day I'm the one who freezes and then moves wrong, speaks wrong, while everyone around me either doesn't notice or pretends not to? What if it's already happened to me and I don't even know it? I still don't know how to explain what happened at Fairview Mall 3 weeks ago. My husband and I haven't really talked about it since, but it's eating me up inside, and I need to get this out somewhere. My name is Emma, and my husband Marcus and I were having a completely normal Saturday at Fairview Mall in Portland. We live about 25 minutes away in the suburbs, and had come in to do some shopping for our upcoming anniversary trip to the coast. It was around 2:30 p.m. when we decided to take a break and grab coffee at the Starbucks on the second floor. The place was busy but not packed. Weekend crowd, you know how it is. We managed to find a small table against the wall, right next to the hallway that leads to the restrooms. Our table was literally right beside the entrance to that hallway, which is important to what happened later. The layout of this Starbucks is kind of weird. The restroom hallway is on one side, and the main seating area extends in an L shape around the counter. From where I was sitting, I could see the whole cafe. After we'd been sitting for about 15 minutes, Marcus said he needed to use the restroom. I remember this clearly because my phone was almost dead, down to like 3%. And I'd forgotten my portable charger at home. Marcus had his charger with him, but his cord was too short to reach our table from the nearest outlet. So when he got up to go to the bathroom, I moved to a seat that was directly next to the bathroom hallway entrance so I could plug in my phone at the wall outlet there. "I'll be right back," he said. Nothing unusual about that. From my new seat, I had a direct line of sight to the entrance of the hallway. There was no way, and I mean absolutely no way, anyone could enter or exit that hallway without me seeing them. I was literally sitting right beside it, maybe 2 feet away, and I was facing it directly. My back was to the wall, and I had a clear view of both the hallway entrance and most of the main cafe area. I was scrolling through Instagram, not paying much attention to anything else, when suddenly there was a loud thud from across the cafe. I looked up immediately, and what I saw, I still can't process it. Marcus was there, on his hands and knees on the floor near a table on the completely opposite side of the cafe. I froze. My brain couldn't compute what I was seeing. He had entered the bathroom hallway less than 2 minutes earlier, and I had not seen him come out. Yet there he was, on the floor across the room, looking disoriented and frightened. At first I thought maybe I had zoned out completely while looking at my phone, but that wasn't possible. I hadn't been that engrossed, and the bathroom hallway was literally right next to me in my peripheral vision. He would have had to walk right past me, practically brushing against my shoulder, to exit the hallway. I jumped up, yanking my phone from the charger, and rushed over to him. A barista was already there, asking if he was okay. Marcus looked pale, his forehead covered in sweat. His hands were trembling. "Sir, are you all right? Did you fall?" the barista kept asking. Marcus didn't respond to her. He just looked at me with the most terrified expression I've ever seen on his face. "Emma," he said, his voice barely audible. "Emma, what happened?" I helped him up and guided him to the nearest empty chair. The barista asked if we needed any water, and I nodded, thanking her. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. "Marcus, how did you get here?" I whispered after the barista walked away. "I was sitting right next to the bathroom entrance. You never came out. I would have seen you." He shook his head, his eyes wide and unfocused. I don't know what happened." His voice was shaking, and I could feel him trembling under my hand on his shoulder. This wasn't like Marcus at all. He's always been the rational one, the logical one in our relationship. He's an engineer, for God's sake. He doesn't get rattled easily. "Tell me what you remember," I urged him quietly, aware that people were starting to stare. He took a deep breath. "I went into the bathroom. It was empty. I used the urinal, then went to the sink to wash my hands. I remember turning on the water, putting soap in my hands." He trailed off, his brow furrowed. Then it felt like the floor dropped out from under me. Just for a split second, like when an elevator starts moving too fast and your stomach lurches. He paused, accepting the water from the barista who had returned. After taking a sip, he continued, his voice even quieter. "And then I was falling, but sideways somehow. I don't know how to explain it. It was like gravity shifted, and then I was on my hands and knees here, in the middle of the cafe. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Marcus, that's impossible. You couldn't have—" "I know it's impossible," he snapped, then immediately looked apologetic. "I'm sorry. I know what I experienced, Emma. 1 second I was in the bathroom washing my hands, and the next I was here. I didn't walk out. I didn't black out. I was just transported somehow." We sat in silence for a moment. The ambient noise of the cafe seemed distant, like we were in a bubble. I kept replaying the scene in my head. Marcus walking into the bathroom hallway, me sitting there looking at my phone, then the thud, and Marcus suddenly being across the room. "Maybe you fainted?" I suggested, grasping for any rational explanation. "Maybe you walked out and I somehow missed it, and then you fainted over here?" Marcus shook his head firmly. "I didn't faint. I didn't walk out. I was in the bathroom and then I wasn't. There was no in-between." I glanced back at where I had been sitting. The distance between the bathroom hallway and where Marcus had appeared was at least 30 feet across a crowded cafe. There was no way he could have moved from one place to the other without being seen, not just by me, but by dozens of other people. "Should we go check the bathroom?" I suggested, not really knowing what I was looking for but needing to do something. Marcus nodded slowly, still looking dazed. I helped him up, and we walked back to the bathroom hallway together. I watched as he pushed open the men's room door cautiously, like he was afraid of what he might find. The bathroom was empty, just a standard mall bathroom with 2 urinals, 2 stalls, and 2 sinks. Nothing unusual, no hidden doors, no strange phenomena, nothing that could explain what had happened. "This is where I was standing," Marcus said, pointing to the sink on the left. I had just turned on the water. He trailed off again, staring at the sink with a mixture of confusion and fear. I reached out and touched his arm, partly to reassure him and partly to reassure myself that he was real and solid. "Let's go home," I said quietly. "I think we've had enough shopping for today." The drive home was mostly silent. Marcus stared out the passenger window the whole time, occasionally muttering things like, "It's not possible," or "I don't understand." But I didn't know what to say to comfort him because I was just as freaked out as he was. When we got home, Marcus immediately went to his computer and started researching quantum physics, wormholes, and other scientific concepts I barely understood. I made us both some tea and tried to process what had happened. "There has to be an explanation," he kept saying, scrolling through article after article. "People don't just teleport. It defies everything we know about physics." I sat on the couch, clutching my tea, watching him obsess over finding an answer. Part of me wanted to believe there was a simple explanation, that I had somehow missed seeing him exit the bathroom, that he had walked across the cafe in some kind of fugue state, that anything rational had happened instead of what we both knew to be true. But I knew what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see. Marcus never exited that bathroom hallway, yet somehow he appeared across the room in an instant. Over the next few days, Marcus became increasingly agitated. He couldn't sleep. He kept going over and over what had happened, trying to find some logical explanation. He even called the mall to ask if there were any other exits from the bathroom. There weren't. Just the one door that led back to the hallway, which led back to the cafe. He started experiencing headaches and dizzy spells. Once, while we were having dinner, he suddenly grabbed the table edge and went pale. "It's happening again," he whispered, his knuckles white from gripping the table. "The feeling, like the floor is dropping away." But nothing happened. He didn't disappear or teleport. After a few seconds, the feeling passed, and he was left shaken and confused. I suggested we see a doctor, thinking maybe he had experienced some kind of neurological event, but he refused. "What am I going to tell them? That I teleported across a Starbucks? They'll think I'm crazy." A week after the incident, I went back to Fairview Mall alone. I don't know what I was looking for. Some kind of evidence, I guess. Some proof that what happened was real, or some alternative explanation that would make sense. I sat in the same Starbucks, at the same table by the bathroom hallway, and watched people come and go for hours. Everything seemed normal. No one else disappeared or appeared suddenly across the room. It was just a regular day at a regular mall cafe. I even went into the women's bathroom and examined it thoroughly. I looked for hidden panels, secret passages, anything that might explain what had happened. There was nothing. On my way out of the mall, I stopped by the security office and made up a story about losing a bracelet in the Starbucks. I asked if they could check their security footage from the day of the incident, giving them the exact time. The security guard was nice enough but told me they only keep footage for 7 days, and even then, the Starbucks on the second floor had limited camera coverage, just one at the counter and one by the main entrance. Neither would have captured the bathroom hallway or the spot where Marcus appeared. It's been 3 weeks now, and we still don't have answers. Marcus has mostly stopped talking about it, but I can tell it's still bothering him. Sometimes I catch him staring into space, his mind clearly back in that moment at the mall. As for me, I keep replaying it over and over in my head. I've questioned everything, my memory, my perception, reality itself. Did I really see what I think I saw? Is it possible that I somehow missed Marcus walking past me? Could there be a rational explanation that we're just not seeing? But deep down, I know what happened. My husband disappeared from one location and appeared in another without traversing the space between. It was like reality glitched for a moment, like the rules that govern our physical world temporarily broke down. And the most terrifying part, if it happened once, it could happen again. To Marcus, to me, to anyone. The solid ground we think we stand on might not be so solid after all. Last night I woke up around 3 a.m. to find Marcus's side of the bed empty. I found him in the living room, staring out the window, that same haunted look on his face. "What if it's not over?" he asked, without turning around. "What if next time I disappear and don't come back? What if I end up somewhere else entirely?" I didn't have an answer for him. I still don't. All I know is that something impossible happened that day at Fairview Mall, something that has shaken both of us to our core. And no matter how much we try to rationalize it or explain it away, the truth remains. For a brief moment, the laws of physics as we understand them simply didn't apply. And if that's possible, what else might be? I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 months now, and I seriously need to get it off my chest. I haven't told anyone except my girlfriend because honestly, who would believe me? But I can't stop thinking about it, and I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has any kind of explanation that might help me sleep better at night. So I live in this small town in Serbia called Sremska Mitrovica. It's not tiny, but with around 20,000 people, it's the kind of place where if something weird happens, people talk. Everyone knows everyone, at least by face, especially in the center of town where all the shops and services are concentrated. This happened on June 14th, a Tuesday. It was just after noon, maybe 12:15 or so. I remember because I had taken my lunch break early to go to the bank before the usual rush. I needed to deposit some cash and check on a loan application I'd submitted the week before. It was hot as hell that day, like 35 degrees Celsius, or something happened that day that breaks the laws of physics as we understand them. I've been reading about quantum physics and parallel universes since this happened. There are theories about how reality might not be as solid as we think, how there could be glitches or overlaps between parallel timelines. I never took any of that seriously before, but now I don't know what to believe. Maybe there was a split second where two nearly identical realities overlapped. Maybe this guy and I were both in the wrong place at the wrong time and witnessed something we weren't supposed to see. But then, wouldn't other people have noticed too? One thing I keep coming back to is that in quantum physics, particles can theoretically exist in two places at once until they're observed. Could something like that have happened on a macro scale? Could this man have somehow existed in two states, walking away from the bank and inside the bank, until we observed each other and the waveform collapsed or whatever? I know that sounds insane. I feel insane even writing it. But when you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, right? I keep looking for this guy around town. I've checked social media groups for our area, trying to find anyone who matches his description. Nothing. It's like he appeared for that one impossible encounter and then disappeared from my life completely. The fact that he seemed to recognize me and have the same reaction makes me think he's out there somewhere, equally freaked out. Maybe he's writing his own post right now about the weird guy he saw in 2 places at once. I've even gone back to the bank and checked if they have security cameras that might have captured both of us. They do have cameras, but when I casually asked about checking footage for a friend I thought I saw, they obviously weren't going to show it to me. Sometimes I wonder if I should just let this go and accept that there are things in this world we can't explain. But I can't. That moment of eye contact, that mutual recognition of something impossible, it haunts me. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? A glitch in reality? A person in 2 places at once? I need to know I'm not alone in this, because right now I feel like I'm losing my mind. Every time I walk past that spot where I first saw him, I get chills. Every time I enter that bank, I hold my breath, half expecting to see myself already standing at the counter. I don't know what happened that day, but I know what I saw. And somewhere out there, there's a man in a tiger shirt who knows exactly what I'm talking about. I still have no explanation for what happened that night 15 years ago. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed the whole thing, but I know I didn't because Mason and Aiden experienced it too. We don't talk about it much anymore, but occasionally one of us will bring it up after a few drinks, and the conversation always ends the same way, with us staring at each other completely baffled. It was summer 2008, right after we graduated college. The 3 of us decided to take a road trip from Ohio to Colorado. We'd been planning it for months, our last hurrah before real life started. Mason had landed a job in Seattle, Aiden was headed to grad school in Boston, and I was starting at a marketing firm in Chicago. This trip was our final chance to hang out together before life took us in different directions. We were driving my old Honda Civic, not the most comfortable car for a cross-country trip, but it was reliable and good on gas. We'd been on the road for about 14 hours that day, switching drivers every few hours. It was my turn behind the wheel as we crossed into Nebraska. Aiden was passed out in the back seat, and Mason was fighting to stay awake in the passenger seat. It was around 2 a.m. when the gas light came on. I remember checking the GPS, which showed we were still about 2 hours from our hotel in North Platte. The highway was completely deserted. We hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. When I spotted a sign for a gas station at the next exit, I decided to pull off. The gas station was one of those older places that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 90s. It had those tall, skinny pumps and a small convenience store with flickering fluorescent lights. The sign said, "Open 24 HRS," but there was only one car in the lot. Probably belonged to the clerk. I pulled up to a pump and nudged Mason. "Hey man, I'm gonna fill up. You want anything from inside?" Mason groaned and stretched. "Yeah, grab me a Red Bull or something, and some chips." I went inside, nodded at the clerk, a bored-looking guy in his 40s, watching a small TV behind the counter, and grabbed some snacks and drinks. While I was paying, I asked how far it was to North Platte. "About 2 hours straight shot on I-80, he said, without looking up from the register. Same as the GPS had said. When I got back to the car, Mason was standing outside stretching his legs, and Aiden was still asleep in the back. I handed Mason his Red Bull and chips. "Wake up, sleeping beauty," I told him. "Your turn to drive." Aiden wasn't happy about being woken up. but he reluctantly climbed into the driver's seat while I took his spot in the back. Mason stayed in the passenger seat to help keep Aiden awake. We pulled back onto the highway, and I settled in, planning to get some sleep. But I couldn't. Something felt off. I stared out the window at the darkness rushing past. About 15 minutes after we left the gas station, we hit a patch of fog. At first, it was just wisps floating across the road, but it quickly became thicker. Within minutes, visibility dropped to maybe 30 feet. Aiden slowed down to about 45 Ibadarov. Shit, this came out of nowhere, Aiden muttered. Mason leaned forward, peering through the windshield. Yeah, it's like pea soup out there. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. The fog was unnaturally thick and seemed to glow faintly in our headlights. It didn't look like any fog I'd seen before. Instead of just being misty, it seemed to swirl and move in ways that felt intentional. Maybe we should pull over until it clears, I suggested. No shoulder on this stretch, Aiden said, and I don't want to stop in the middle of the highway. I'll just keep it slow. The radio had been playing some classic rock station, but suddenly it started to cut in and out. The music would play for a few seconds, then dissolve into static, then come back for a moment before cutting out again. Mason fiddled with the dial, but every station was the same, snippets of sound drowning in static. Weird, Mason said. Must be the weather. After a few more minutes of this, the radio died completely. Not just static, it went completely dead. Mason pressed the power button a few times, but nothing happened. Your car's possessed, Tyler, he joked, but his voice had an edge to it. We drove on in silence, the only sound being the hum of the engine and the occasional swish of the wipers trying to clear condensation from the windshield. The fog hadn't let up at all. If anything, it was getting thicker. I couldn't see anything beyond the edges of the road. After about 30 minutes of this, I checked my phone. No signal. I wasn't surprised. We were in the middle of nowhere after all. But when I tried to open the Maps app, it wouldn't load. The screen just showed a spinning circle. You guys have cell service? I asked. Both of them checked their phones and shook their heads. GPS isn't working either, Aiden said, glancing at the car's built-in system. The screen showed our position but nothing else. No roads, no towns, nothing. That's messed up, Mason said. How fast are we going? About 50, Aiden replied. I don't want to go any faster in this fog. We should have seen something by now. A sign, an exit, another car, something. But there was nothing but the road stretching ahead into the fog. I checked the time. 2:45 a.m. We'd been driving for almost 45 minutes since the gas station. Have you seen any mile markers? I asked. Not for a while, Aiden said. It's like we're in limbo or something. Mason laughed nervously. Don't say creepy shit like that, man. The minutes ticked by. The fog never changed. The road never curved. We never passed another vehicle. It felt like we were driving on a treadmill, moving but getting nowhere. At 3:30 a.m., tension was building in the car. We should have been halfway to North Platte by now, but we hadn't seen a single sign, exit or landmark. We'd been driving for an hour and a half in this fog. This isn't right, I said. We should have seen something by now. Maybe we missed a turn, Mason suggested. How? Aiden shot back. We've been on a straight highway the whole time. There haven't been any turns to miss. I'm just saying maybe we're not on I-80 anymore. That's impossible, Aiden insisted. We never exited. The argument died down, but the unease remained. Another 30 minutes passed, then another. We'd been driving for 3 hours since the gas station. We should have reached North Platte an hour ago, and still there was nothing but fog and an endless straight road. At around 5 a.m. I noticed something ahead, a faint glow in the distance. You guys see that? I asked, leaning forward between the front seats. Yeah, Mason said. Looks like lights. As we got closer, the fog began to thin, and soon we could make out the source of the glow, a gas station. Thank God, Aidan sighed. Finally, some sign of civilization. But as we pulled into the parking lot, my stomach dropped. It wasn't just any gas station. It was the same gas station we'd stopped at 3 hours ago. Same old-fashioned pumps. Same flickering lights in the convenience store. Same single car in the lot. What the hell? Mason whispered. Aidan parked next to the pumps, and we all sat there staring at the building in shock. This can't be the same place, Aidan said. It just looks similar. But I knew it was the same. Everything was identical, down to the faded beer advertisements in the windows and the burnt-out letter in the open sign. I'm going inside, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. I'll come with you, Mason said quickly. We walked into the store, the bell above the door jingling just like before. The same clerk was behind the counter, still watching his small TV. Back already? He asked, looking up briefly. My blood ran cold. What do you mean? You guys were just here, what, an hour ago? He said. I glanced at the wall clock behind him. It showed 3:05 a.m. That clock right? I asked, my voice shaking slightly. He glanced at it. Yeah, why? Mason and I looked at each other. According to the clock and his clock, we'd only been gone for about an hour, but we'd been driving for 3 hours. No reason, I managed to say. Just making sure. We bought a couple more drinks, mostly as an excuse to be there, then hurried back to the car where Aidan was waiting, looking pale. It's the same place, Mason confirmed as we got in, and the guy remembers us from before. But the clock in there says it's just after 3 a.m., I added, which is impossible because we've been driving for 3 hours. Aidan looked at the dashboard clock in our car, which showed 5:07 a.m. He then checked his phone, also around 5 a.m. What the actual fuck is going on? He whispered. We sat there for a few minutes trying to make sense of it. Had we somehow been driving in circles? But that was impossible. We'd been on a straight highway the whole time. Had we fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing? But all three of us remembered the same details of the past 3 hours. Finally, Mason spoke up. Let's just get back on the highway and keep going. Maybe it'll be different this time. No one had a better idea, so Aidan started the car and we pulled back onto the highway, the exact same way we had done 3 hours ago. To our relief, there was no fog this time. The road was clear, the stars were visible, and after about 5 minutes we passed a sign for North Platte, 110 miles. The rest of the drive was completely normal. We reached our hotel in North Platte just after 5 a.m., checked in, and crashed until noon the next day. We didn't talk much about what had happened. I think we were all trying to convince ourselves it was just some weird, shared hallucination caused by fatigue. But I know what I experienced. We drove for 3 hours in that fog. The dashboard clock and our phones all showed the passage of that time. Yet somehow we ended up right back where we started, and according to the gas station clock, only 1 hour had passed. 2 hours of our lives just vanished. We finished our road trip without any other strange occurrences, but that night changed something in all of us. For months afterward, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like I was still driving through that endless fog. Mason told me he developed a fear of driving at night. Aidan became obsessed with reading about time slips and dimensional rifts. Over the years, I've come up with dozens of theories. Maybe we drove through some kind of time distortion. Maybe we temporarily slipped into a parallel dimension where time flows differently. Maybe it was some sort of mass hallucination. But none of these explanations feels right. The truth is, I don't think we'll ever know what happened to us on that Nebraska highway. All I know is that for 3 hours, the normal rules of reality seemed to be suspended, and we drove through something else. I've never gone back to Nebraska since then. I don't think I ever will. Some mysteries are better left unexplored, and whenever I'm driving at night and see fog rolling in, I take the first exit I can find and wait for it to clear. Because the thought of getting caught in that limbo again, driving endlessly through the mist, losing hours of my life, terrifies me more than anything else. It's been 15 years, and I still have no explanation. I still get chills thinking about how we just looped back somehow. Those missing 2 hours haunt me. What happened during that time? Where did it go, or where did we go? Some things just don't make sense in this world, and I guess this is one of them. But I know what we experienced was real, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if we're still driving through that fog somewhere, in some other reality, endlessly searching for a way out. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. I always tell myself that what happened was just a weird brain thing, maybe mountain altitude messing with our oxygen levels, or some kind of shared hallucination. But deep down, I know what Claire and I experienced that day in Cascade Heights was real. It was our 3rd day of vacation, a much-needed break after Claire had finished her master's program, and I'd completed a major project at work. My cousin Mark had been bugging us for months to visit him and his wife Jen at their place near Cascade Heights. The mountains in summer are incredible, he kept saying. None of the winter crowds, perfect hiking weather. After postponing twice, we finally made the trip. The first couple days were amazing, exactly what we needed. Hiking trails with views that made your Instagram followers jealous, local breweries with great food, and just hanging out with Mark and Jen, who we hadn't seen in person since their wedding 3 years ago. Everything was perfect, until that Thursday on the cable car. It was Mark's idea to take the Summit Express, the main cable car that runs from the Cascade Heights Village up to the observation area at Eagle Peak. "You can't come here and not do this," he insisted over breakfast. "The views are insane, and there's this little restaurant at the top that does the best lunch in the mountains." Claire was all for it, and honestly, I was excited too. I'd never been on a cable car that went up that high before. The Summit Express website claimed it was one of the longest continuous cable car rides in North America, taking about 25 minutes to reach the peak, suspended hundreds of feet above the forest and rocky outcroppings below. We got to the station around 11:30 a.m. I remember checking my watch because I was worried about crowds, but Mark said most tourists hit it in the afternoon. The station was this modern-looking building with huge glass panels and wooden beams, very alpine chic, as Claire called it. There were maybe 20-25 people waiting when we arrived. Not bad at all. While we waited in line, Mark kept pointing out different peaks visible through the station's windows. "That one there is Cathedral Spire, and over to the left is Blackwater Ridge." I nodded along, taking pictures with my phone, while Claire and Jen chatted about some show they both watched. When our car arrived, we filed in with the other passengers. The cable car was larger than I expected, about the size of a small bus, with glass panels all around for 360-degree views. It could probably hold 40 people comfortably, but we had maybe 30 passengers total. There were benches along each side, but most people, including us, stood to get better views. Claire and I positioned ourselves at the front of the car, right up against the glass. Mark and Jen were a few feet behind us, within talking distance but separated by a couple other tourists. As we pulled away from the station, soft instrumental music began playing from speakers mounted in the ceiling. Generic stuff that reminded me of hotel lobbies. The first few minutes were breathtaking. The car climbed steadily upward, swaying gently as it passed over each support tower. Below us, pine forests gave way to rocky slopes, and the village grew smaller and smaller. Everyone was chattering excitedly, pointing out landmarks or taking photos, normal tourist stuff. About 8 minutes into the ride, we entered a particularly spectacular stretch where the cable car crossed a deep ravine. The drop below us must have been at least 500 feet. Claire squeezed my hand and whispered, "Don't look down if you're getting vertigo." But I couldn't stop looking. At everything. The mountains, the valley, the tiny cars on the winding road that looked like toys from our height. That's when it happened. 1 second, the car was filled with noise. Conversations, camera shutters clicking, that background music, someone's kid asking, "How much longer?" And then, nothing. Total silence. It was so sudden that for a split second, I thought I'd gone deaf. I looked at Claire, and she was looking back at me with wide eyes. She felt it too, whatever it was. I turned around to look at the rest of the car, and that's when my blood went cold. Everyone was frozen. Not like they were standing still, like they were literally paused. A woman in a blue jacket had her mouth halfway open, arrested mid-sentence. A man was holding his phone up for a picture, not moving a muscle. A little girl who had been bouncing around was suspended with 1 foot in the air. Even Mark and Jen, just a few feet away, were completely motionless. But it wasn't just that they weren't moving. Their faces were wrong. Every single person had the exact same expression. Or rather, no expression at all. Blank. Empty. Their eyes were open but looked unfocused, staring at nothing, like mannequins with human skin. The music had stopped too, the gentle sway and mechanical hum of the cable car, gone. The only sound was my own breathing, which I suddenly realized was coming in short, panicked bursts. "Vincent," Claire whispered, her voice sounding impossibly loud in the silence. "What's happening?" I couldn't answer her. I just kept staring at the frozen passengers. The longer I looked, the more unnatural they seemed. Their stillness was perfect, too perfect. No subtle movements of breathing, no blinking. They weren't just standing still. They were completely suspended in time. Claire grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Look at Mark," she hissed. I focused on my cousin. His mouth was slightly open, caught in the middle of saying something to Jen. But his eyes, they were completely empty, like the lights had gone out behind them. Not in a zombie movie way, but in a way that was somehow worse because it was so subtle. It was Mark, but not Mark. "Should we?" Claire started to say, but she never finished her sentence, because as suddenly as it had happened, everything snapped back to normal. "And you can actually hike all the way to that ridge from the top station," Mark was saying to Jen, continuing whatever conversation they'd been having. The background music resumed. A child laughed somewhere behind us. The mechanical hum of the cable car returned. Everything was exactly as it had been, as if someone had simply hit play after putting the world on pause. Claire's fingernails were still digging into my arm. I looked at her, and her face was pale. "Did you?" she whispered. "Yeah," I said. "I saw it too." For the rest of the ride, probably another 10 minutes, though it felt like hours, Claire and I stood frozen ourselves, barely speaking. I kept glancing back at the other passengers, but everyone was acting normally, talking, taking pictures, pointing at landmarks. Mark and Jen were chatting with an older couple next to them, completely at ease. When we reached the top station, Claire and I practically stumbled out onto the platform. Mark and Jen followed, Mark still enthusiastically pointing out views. "You guys okay?" Jen asked, noticing our expressions. "Vincent, you look like you've seen a ghost." Claire and I exchanged glances. Then Claire took a deep breath and said, "Did either of you notice anything strange on the ride up?" Mark furrowed his brow. "Strange how?" "Like, did everything seem to stop for a few seconds?" I asked, trying to sound casual and failing completely. Jen and Mark exchanged their own look now, one of confusion. "What do you mean, stop?" Jen asked. How could I explain? Everyone in the cable car turned into expressionless mannequins while time froze for everyone but us. But Claire tried anyway. It was like, for maybe 10 or 15 seconds, everyone in the car just froze. No one was moving or talking. The music stopped. Everything went completely silent. Mark laughed, though I could tell he was slightly uncomfortable. "Wow, I think the altitude's getting to you guys. Nothing like that happened." "Are you sure?" I pressed. "You don't remember any kind of pause? Any moment where things didn't seem right?" Jen was looking concerned now. "The ride was totally normal, guys. People talking, music playing the whole time. Are you both feeling okay? Sometimes the altitude can cause weird symptoms." We let it drop after that. What else could we do? We went to that restaurant Mark had mentioned, ate lunch, took the obligatory photos at the observation deck. But Claire and I were going through the motions, both of us shaken to our cores. On the ride back down, we sat on the benches rather than stand. I couldn't bring myself to look at the other passengers too closely. Claire kept her eyes fixed on the floor most of the time. Nothing unusual happened on the return journey. Just a normal cable car ride with normal tourists doing normal things. That night, after Mark and Jen had gone to bed, Claire and I sat on the porch of their guest cabin, trying to make sense of what had happened. "We both experienced the exact same thing," Claire said, her voice low even though no one could hear us. "That rules out it being some random brain glitch, right?" "Unless it was a shared hallucination," I suggested, though I didn't believe it myself. "Carbon monoxide or something in the car?" Claire shook her head. "That doesn't make sense. Why would only we be affected? And carbon monoxide doesn't cause such specific hallucinations." "Maybe it was a power fluctuation," I offered weakly. "The car systems briefly shut down, and in the stress of the moment, we perceived everyone as frozen." "Vincent, the car was still moving. And people weren't just silent. They were completely vacant. Their expressions..." Claire shuddered. "I keep seeing Mark's face. It wasn't him. It was like looking at an empty shell." I knew exactly what she meant. The image of all those blank faces was burned into my memory. "What if," Claire said, her voice dropping even lower, "what if we experienced some kind of glitch? A glitch? In reality, in time. I don't know what to call it." She looked up at the stars, which were incredibly bright away from city lights. "What if for those few seconds we somehow stepped outside of normal time, or saw behind some kind of veil?" I wanted to dismiss the idea as ridiculous, but I couldn't, because in that moment on the cable car, I'd had the exact same feeling, that we were witnessing something we weren't supposed to see, a momentary malfunction in whatever system runs our reality. We spent the rest of the vacation trying to act normal around Mark and Jen. We went hiking, visited local shops, had barbecues. But there was a distance now, a wariness. Every time I looked at either of them, I'd flash back to that moment of seeing them frozen and empty. We left a day earlier than planned, making up an excuse about work. Mark and Jen were disappointed, but understanding. As we drove away from Cascade Heights, I felt a physical relief, like I'd been holding my breath for days. Claire and I have talked about the incident hundreds of times since then. We've researched similar experiences online, looked into the history of Cascade Heights, even consulted a neurologist who suggested predictably that it was likely a shared stress response or the effects of altitude. But we know what we saw. Sometimes I wonder if we briefly glimpsed behind the scenes of our reality, if for just a few seconds the simulation glitched and we saw the NPCs when their programs temporarily suspended. Other times, I wonder if we somehow slipped between moments in time or between parallel universes. We haven't been back to Cascade Heights, and we've made excuses every time Mark and Jen have suggested visiting us. How do you look at someone the same way after you've seen them as an empty shell? After you've had a glimpse of what might be hiding behind the faces of everyone around you? It's been 2 years, and I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, remembering that perfect, terrible silence and those blank faces. I'm not sure I'll ever have an explanation for what happened on that cable car, but I know it was real. Claire knows it too. And sometimes, in crowded places, I find myself watching the people around me more carefully, half expecting everything to suddenly go silent again, waiting for that moment when the world pauses and I see what's really behind the faces of everyone around me. I still don't know how to make sense of what happened last Friday night. I've been laying low, trying to process everything, but I need to get this off my chest because it's keeping me up at night. I've always been a rational person. I work in IT. I deal with logic and systems all day. But what happened doesn't fit into any rational explanation I can come up with. It was around 8:30 p.m., and I was driving to my mom's house in Riverdale. She lives about 30 minutes from my apartment, and I've made the drive hundreds of times. Nothing special about that night. Clear weather, normal traffic. I had promised to help her set up her new TV over the weekend, so I was heading over to stay the night. The drive was completely normal at first. I was listening to a podcast, just cruising along the highway like I always do. About halfway there, I pulled up Google Maps just to check my ETA since I told Mom I'd be there by 9. The GPS said I was only 2 minutes away, which made no sense since I was still on the highway with at least 15 miles to go. I remember thinking it was weird, but I figured the app was just glitching. I've had GPS mess up before, no big deal. I glanced down for maybe 5 seconds tops to refresh the app, and when I looked back up at the road, something felt off. It's hard to explain, but there was this sudden disorientation, almost like when you wake up from a deep sleep and don't know where you are for a second. The podcast I was listening to cut out for a moment, and the lighting on the road seemed different. I blinked a few times, trying to clear my head. When I checked the GPS again, it now showed I was 30 minutes away from Mom's house. This made more sense based on where I actually was, but I was confused about why it had said 2 minutes just moments before. I remember thinking maybe I'd accidentally entered the wrong destination or something. I kept driving, a bit unsettled but not really freaked out yet. Then my phone rang through the car's Bluetooth. It was my mom. "Daniel, did you forget something? What are you doing?" she asked, sounding confused. "What do you mean?" I replied. "I'm still on the highway. I'll be there in about half an hour." There was this long, weird silence on the line. "Daniel, what are you talking about?" Her voice changed, like she was trying to figure out if I was playing a joke on her. "You just left. You were just here. I literally just heard the front door close behind you. Are you in your car right now?" My stomach dropped. I wasn't sure what to say. "Mom, I'm seriously on the highway. I haven't been to your house yet. I'm still driving there." "That's impossible," she said, and I could hear the fear creeping into her voice. "I saw your headlights in the driveway 5 minutes ago. I heard your keys in the door. You came in and said, 'Hi, Mom,' and then told me you were going back out to grab something from your car. Your sister heard you too. She's on the other line." My mind was racing. I put her on speaker and pulled over to the shoulder of the highway because my hands were starting to shake. "Mom, I swear to you I'm nowhere near your house. I'm still on I-95, at least 20 miles away. There's no way I was just there." "Daniel, your sister heard you too," she insisted. "She's on FaceTime with me right now, and we both heard you come in and say hello. We were talking about you right before you arrived." I felt cold all over. My sister lives in Boston, hundreds of miles away, but she and Mom video chat almost every night. There's no way they both hallucinated the same thing at the same time. "Can you check if my car is in the driveway?" I asked, my voice barely steady. I heard her put down the phone and the sound of the front door opening. A few seconds of silence followed. "There's no car here," she finally said, her voice tight with fear. "But Daniel, I swear to God you were just here. I'm not crazy. Katie heard you too." I could hear my sister in the background asking what was going on. Mom quickly explained the situation to her, and then my sister's voice came through clearer. "Dan, this isn't funny. We both heard you. You said, 'Hi, Mom,' in that way you always do when you first walk in. It was definitely your voice." I felt sick. "I don't know what to tell you. I'm still on the highway. I can send you my location right now if you want." "Please do," my mom said, her voice shaking. I sent them my live location, which clearly showed I was still on the interstate, nowhere near Riverdale. There was a long silence on the phone. "I don't understand what's happening," my mom finally said. "If you're there, then who was just in my house?" That question sent a chill through my entire body. I started the car again and told them I'd be there as fast as I could. I kept them on the phone the whole way, all of us freaked out but trying to stay calm. My mom checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. Nothing was missing or out of place. The GPS now consistently showed I was 25 minutes away, which matched reality. But my mind kept going back to that moment when it said I was only 2 minutes away. That brief disorientation I felt on the road, the podcast cutting out. It took me exactly 27 minutes to get to my mom's house from that point. The whole time, she and my sister stayed on the phone with me. They were both scared, and honestly, so was I. When I finally pulled into the driveway, my mom was standing at the window, watching. She opened the door before I even got out of the car. The look on her face when she saw me walk up the driveway, it was like she was seeing a ghost. She hugged me so tight I could barely breathe, then pulled back and just stared at me. "This is insane," she kept saying. "You were here. I know you were here." We went inside and tried to make sense of what had happened. My sister was still on FaceTime, looking pale and confused. We talked through every possibility. Could someone else have entered the house? Impossible. Mom has a security system, and it hadn't been triggered. The doors were locked. Plus, both Mom and Katie swore it was my voice, my exact greeting. Then we wondered if maybe Mom and Katie had experienced some kind of shared hallucination, but that made no sense either. They're both completely stable, rational people, and the timing lined up too perfectly with that weird GPS glitch I experienced. The most unsettling part was when Mom described exactly what I had said when I came in. Apparently, I'd mentioned being tired from the drive and commented on the new flowers she'd put on the porch. I hadn't seen those flowers yet. I wouldn't see them until I actually arrived at her house. But whoever, or whatever, came into her house knew they were there. We stayed up half the night trying to make sense of it all. Mom checked the security camera on her doorbell, but it hadn't captured anyone entering or leaving around that time. The camera had been working fine all day. It had recorded the delivery person dropping off a package earlier, but there was nothing during the time when she supposedly heard me come in. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night instead of in the guest room. None of us wanted to be alone. I kept thinking about that moment on the highway when the GPS said I was 2 minutes away. What if, for just a few seconds, I actually was 2 minutes away? What if I somehow jumped forward in space and time, entered my mom's house, said hello, and then snapped back to where I was on the highway? Or even weirder, what if some version of me split off and actually did arrive at my mom's house while the main me kept driving on the highway? The next morning, we were all exhausted, but a little less freaked out in the daylight. We tried to act normal, and I set up Mom's TV like I'd planned to. But there was this underlying tension. Every time I walked into a room, Mom would startle slightly, like she wasn't sure which version of me she was seeing. Before I left on Sunday, Mom asked me to say, "Hi, Mom," the way I usually do when I come over. When I did, her face went white. "That's exactly how it sounded," she whispered. "Exactly the same." It's been a week now, and I still don't have any explanation. I've researched everything from temporal anomalies to doppelgangers to weird acoustic phenomena. Nothing fits. Mom, Katie, and I have a group text where we check in daily, but we've kind of silently agreed not to talk about what happened anymore. It's too disturbing. But I keep coming back to that moment on the highway, that brief disorientation, the GPS saying I was 2 minutes away when I was nowhere near Mom's house. What happened in those few seconds when I looked down and then back up again? Did time fold somehow? Did I split into two people temporarily? And the question that keeps me up at night, if it was me who walked into my mom's house that evening, some version of me that existed for just a few minutes, then where did that version go? Did he merge back with me? Or is he still out there somewhere, thinking he's the real Daniel? Every time I drive to Mom's house now, I watch the GPS like a hawk. I'm terrified of seeing it suddenly say 2 minutes away when I know I'm still far from her house. But I'm also strangely hoping it happens again, just so I can pay better attention and maybe understand what the hell happened that night. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I barely believe it myself. But I know what my mom and sister heard, and I know what I experienced on that highway. Reality split somehow, just for a few minutes, and I still don't know if I was in the right reality or if some other version of me was. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if I'm even the original Daniel, or if I'm the copy that somehow continued existing while the real me went on with his life elsewhere. It's the kind of thought that can drive you crazy if you let it. The worst part is knowing it could happen again at any time, without warning. What if next time I'm not just briefly in two places? What if next time I disappear completely from one reality and exist only in another? Would I even know? Would anyone? I don't have answers. I'm just trying to live my life and not dwell on it too much. But whenever my GPS glitches now, even just a little, my heart starts racing. And whenever I arrive at my mom's house, I can tell she's relieved to see me, the real me, the only me, walk through that door. I still can't sleep properly since it happened last week. Every noise in this apartment makes me jump now. I've checked the locks 20 times tonight already. I know this sounds crazy, but I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, and I don't know who to talk to anymore. I'm a single mom with 2 kids, my daughter Lily, who's 11, and my son Noah, who's 8 and has nonverbal autism. We live in a second-floor apartment in Hazelwood. Nothing fancy, but it's home. Noah's a sweet kid, but he needs a lot of structure and supervision. He rarely sleeps through the night and often wanders around the apartment when he wakes up, which is why we have baby gates at the top of the stairs and child-proof locks on everything. Last Thursday night started like any other. I put Lily to bed first around 8:30, then Noah at 9. Noah had lost his first tooth earlier that day, which was a whole ordeal because he doesn't like being touched around his face. I promised him the tooth fairy would come, and he seemed excited about it, despite not being able to express it verbally. After tucking him in, I went to my room, which is right across from the stairs. I always leave my door open so I can hear the kids if they get up. I was waiting for Noah to fall asleep so I could do the whole tooth fairy thing. I had $1 and a little note ready. I was scrolling through my phone, half watching some reality show on low volume, when I heard this weird sound around 10:30. It was like a little bell or chime, just once, not like my phone notifications or anything in the apartment. I didn't think much of it, figured maybe it was from the TV. About 15 minutes later, I realized I hadn't heard Noah's usual shuffling or humming that he does before falling asleep. That's when my mom instincts kicked in. Something felt off. I got up to check on the kids. Lily was fast asleep in her room, exactly where she should be. But when I went to Noah's room, his bed was empty. My heart immediately started pounding. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, all the usual hiding spots. Nothing. I called his name, trying not to panic and wake Lily. Then I noticed something on his bed that made no sense whatsoever. There was a carton of ice cream, chocolate chip, Noah's favorite, sitting right in the middle of his bed, and it was still cold. Not just cool, but cold, like it had just come out of the freezer. I stood there frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. We keep ice cream in the freezer downstairs in the kitchen. To get it, Noah would have had to 1. Get out of bed. 2. Open his bedroom door. 3. Walk past my open bedroom door. 4. Unlock and open the baby gate at the top of the stairs. 5. Go down the stairs, which creak loudly. 6. Go to the kitchen. 7. Open the freezer, which makes a loud humming sound when opened. 8. Get the ice cream. 9. Come back upstairs. 10. Lock the gate behind him. 11. Go back to his room. 12. Disappear, and I would have heard or seen all of that. It's physically impossible that he could have done this without me noticing. The apartment isn't that big. There's no way. I ran downstairs, calling his name louder now, not caring if I woke Lily. The kitchen looked untouched. The freezer door was properly closed. I checked the front and back doors, both locked from the inside with deadbolts that Noah can't reach, even with a chair. All windows were closed and locked too. I was about to call 911 when there was a knock at the front door. My heart nearly stopped. When I opened it, our neighbor Mrs. Chen from the first floor was standing there with Noah. He was in his pajamas, no shoes, looking completely unfazed. I found him outside the building, she said, looking confused. He was just standing there by the mailboxes staring at them. Is everything okay? I grabbed Noah and thanked her, trying to act like this wasn't the most terrifying moment of my life. I asked her how she knew which apartment to bring him to since we've only lived here about 6 months and don't know our neighbors well. I didn't, she said. He pointed up to your unit. I've seen you both around. After she left, I hugged Noah tight, crying and checking him for any injuries. He seemed completely fine, not scared or upset at all. When I asked him how he got outside, he just made his humming sound, and pointed to the ice cream carton I was still clutching in my hand. That's when I realized I never put the ice cream back in the freezer. I'd been holding it the whole time, and it was still cold. I put Noah back to bed in my room that night. I didn't sleep at all. I just sat there watching him, trying to figure out what happened. The next morning I went back to his room to investigate in daylight. His bedroom window was still closed with the screen intact. There's no fire escape outside his window, and we're on the second floor, about 15 feet up from the ground. There's no tree close enough to climb down. It's just a sheer drop to concrete below. I checked the baby gate at the top of the stairs, still locked. The safety locks on all doors and windows, intact. I even checked the ceiling for any access to an attic or crawl space. Nothing. Over the next few days, I've tried to get Noah to tell me what happened. I've used his communication cards, drawings, anything. All he does is point to his empty ice cream carton, which I kept as evidence that I'm not going insane, and then point outside. I've taken him to his doctor for a checkup. No injuries, no signs of anything wrong. I even asked if he could have sleepwalked and somehow managed to unlock everything. But the doctor just gave me that look, you know? The one that says, stressed single mom making things up. But here's what keeps me up at night. It's not just that Noah somehow got outside. It's that he did it without using the stairs, without unlocking any doors or windows, and with getting ice cream that was still freezing cold when I found it. I've considered every explanation. Did he learn to unlock everything and then lock it behind him? Impossible given his motor skills. Did someone break in and take him? No signs of forced entry, and why would they bring ice cream? Am I losing my mind? I've considered this. But none of those explain how he got that ice cream and ended up outside without passing me. I was awake the whole time. I would have heard the freezer, the stairs, the gate, the doors. I would have seen him walk past my door. The only explanation left is so disturbing I can barely type it. For a brief moment on Thursday night, the normal rules of physical space didn't apply in our apartment. My son somehow moved from one place to another without traveling the distance between them. And it terrifies me because it suggests there's something wrong with reality itself, something that put my vulnerable, non-verbal child in danger. I've spent hours researching similar experiences online. Some people talk about glitches in the matrix, or quantum physics theories about matter teleportation. Others suggest more supernatural explanations. I've never believed in any of that stuff, but I don't have a rational explanation for what happened. I've installed cameras in every room now. I put a bell on Noah's door. I've even started sleeping on his floor. But none of this addresses the fundamental question. What if it happens again? What if next time he doesn't end up safely by the mailboxes? What if he appears in the middle of the street or miles away? The weirdest part? Noah doesn't seem scared at all. Sometimes I catch him staring at empty corners of rooms or looking at spaces between things like he can see something I can't. Yesterday I heard that same bell sound again, just once, while Noah was watching TV. He turned toward it immediately and smiled. I haven't told anyone else about this. Not my family, not my friends. They'd think I fell asleep and am making excuses for being negligent. But I know what happened. I know I was awake. I know the doors and windows were locked. I know it's impossible for Noah to have gotten that ice cream and ended up outside. And that's what scares me most. If what happened is impossible, then nothing is safe anymore. The rules I thought protected us, locked doors, baby gates, closed windows, mean nothing if space itself can just fold or break or whatever happened that night. I'm writing this at 3:18 a.m. Noah is asleep next to me. I've triple-checked all the locks, but I keep staring at that empty ice cream carton on my dresser, still unable to explain how it got into his bed, still cold, when I never took my eyes off the only path he could have taken to get it. I just heard the bell sound again. It's coming from Noah's empty bedroom. I never wanted to put this all down in writing. It's taken me years to even talk about what happened to me, but maybe sharing it will help me make sense of it, or at least stop the dreams I've been having again. I grew up in Willow Creek, a small town that's about as normal as they come, but my life there was anything but normal, at least behind closed doors. The weird stuff started when I was around 3 years old. I only know this because my mom told me later. I was too young to remember it clearly myself. Mom would hear strange noises coming from upstairs when I was supposedly taking a nap. Not just the usual creaking of an old house or anything like that. It was like footsteps, or sometimes things being moved around. She'd come up to check on me and find me sitting up in bed, talking and laughing like I was having a conversation with someone. When she asked who I was talking to, I'd just point to empty corners of the room and say things like my friend or the lady. I had this thing about closets too. Mom said she'd catch me staring at my bedroom closet for long periods of time, totally motionless, like I was listening to something. Once she found me playing Candyland by myself, moving pieces for both players, and talking to my opponent as if they were right there with me. The incident that really freaked her out happened when I was about 4. She was tucking me in one night when she glanced toward my window and saw a pair of red eyes staring in at us. She screamed and ran to the window, but there was nothing there. My room was on the 2nd floor, and that window didn't face any street or place where someone could easily look in. There wasn't even a tree close enough for someone to climb. As I got older, things only got weirder. Around 6 or 7, I started hearing voices. They would call my name, usually at night, and sound like they were coming from downstairs. "Jessica, Jessica, come down here." My parents never heard it. I'd hide under my covers, terrified. There was this dark shadow in the corner of our living room that no one else could see. It was like a person-shaped patch of deeper darkness that would just stand there, watching. I avoided that corner like my life depended on it. My parents thought I was just being a quirky kid when I'd refuse to go near it or walk all the way around the room to avoid it. The nightmares started around this time, too. I had the same one over and over. I'd dream I was walking around the house with a knife, standing over my sleeping family members, just watching them. I never actually hurt anyone in these dreams, but I'd wake up terrified that I might sleepwalk and do something horrible. Another recurring nightmare was about something digging its way up from the ground outside my window. I could hear the scraping, the dirt moving, getting closer and closer. Sometimes I'd see dirty fingers clawing their way through the soil. I'd wake up sweating, convinced it was real, and too scared to look out my window for days afterward. We moved when I was 8 to a different house across town. My parents never said it was because of the weird stuff that happened at the old house, but I always wondered. The new place was bigger and newer, but it didn't take long for things to start happening there too. In this house, it was the woman in white. She would stand outside my bedroom door at night. I could see her through the crack under the door, the hem of her long white dress, and sometimes her pale feet. She never came inside, just stood there watching, sometimes for hours. I'd fall asleep with my light on and wake up in the morning to find it turned off, though my parents swore they never came in. I tried telling my parents about all this, but they just thought I had an overactive imagination. My dad would check under the bed and in the closet, tell me there was nothing there, and that would be that. I learned pretty quickly to keep most of it to myself. The third house was the worst. I was about 11 when we moved there. It was an old farmhouse on the edge of town with a big barn out back. Even before we moved in, I had a bad feeling about it. Something about the property just felt heavy, like the air was thicker there. The neighbors told us stories about the place. They said they sometimes saw a man walking the property at night, tall and thin with no distinguishable features, just a dark silhouette. Others mentioned seeing a woman in an old-fashioned farming dress, the kind with a long skirt and apron, walking from the house to the barn in the early morning hours. My parents laughed these stories off as local superstition, but I knew better. I felt the man's presence almost immediately. He gave off this intense feeling of anger and hatred that would wash over me in waves. It was strongest near the barn, so I avoided going out there as much as possible. One night, when I was about 12, our dog ran out into the yard and straight for the barn. It was getting dark, and despite being terrified, I had to go after him. I found him in the barn basement, this dark, damp space with dirt floors and stone walls. As I was clipping his leash on, I heard footsteps above me, then moving toward the basement stairs. Heavy, deliberate steps. I froze, staring at the staircase. The footsteps got closer and closer, and I could see the dust moving on the steps as if someone was walking down them, but there was no one there. Nothing visible anyway. My dog started growling, the hair on his back standing straight up. The invisible footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and then stopped. For what felt like forever, I just stood there, unable to move, feeling like something was watching me from just a few feet away. Then my dog bolted, practically dragging me up the stairs and out of the barn. I ran all the way back to the house, crying and trying to explain to my parents what happened. They checked the barn and found nothing, of course. The weird thing is, all of this, all the voices, the apparitions, the nightmares, it all stopped completely when I got my first period at 13. It was like a switch had been flipped. One day I was living in this half-real, half-nightmare world, and the next day it was just gone. I still felt uncomfortable in certain parts of the house, especially near the barn, but I didn't see or hear anything unusual anymore. For 13 years, my life was normal. I graduated high school, went to college, got a job. I started to think maybe it had all been in my head after all. Some weird phase I went through as a kid that my brain had blown out of proportion over time. Then, last month, everything changed again. I was back in Willow Creek visiting my parents. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk through this old Civil War cemetery on the outskirts of town. I'd been there before on school field trips. It's a local historical site. Nothing scary about it in broad daylight. I was walking among the graves, reading the inscriptions, when something strange happened. I felt a sudden pressure on my shoulders, like a heavy weight pushing down on me. It forced me to my knees before I could even process what was happening. I tried to get up, but the pressure just increased until I was completely on the ground. Then I felt this compulsion, like something was controlling my body. I started crawling between the gravestones, my hands and knees dragging through the dirt. I couldn't stop myself. I was fully conscious, fully aware, but had no control over my movements. I was terrified, but I couldn't even scream. I crawled about 50 yards to a specific grave, a small, weathered headstone in the far corner of the cemetery. As soon as I reached it, the pressure changed. Instead of pushing me down, it felt like it was squeezing me, constricting around my chest like a giant hand. And then I screamed. Not my own scream, not words I chose. My mouth opened, and the name Jessie came out in a voice that didn't sound like mine. I screamed it 3 times, each louder than the last, and then the pressure was gone, just like that. I collapsed on the grave, gasping for air. When I could finally move again, I looked at the gravestone. The name on it was Jesse Campbell, a Confederate soldier who died in 1863. The stone was so weathered I could barely make out the dates, but the name was clear. I ran out of that cemetery so fast I nearly twisted my ankle. I didn't tell my parents what happened. How could I explain it? I drove back to my apartment that same day, cutting my visit short with some excuse about work. Since then, the dreams have started again. Not the same ones as when I was a kid, but similar. I dream about the cemetery, about digging in the dirt with my bare hands, trying to reach something. Sometimes I dream about the soldier, Jesse, though I don't know what he looked like. In my dreams, he's just a shadow in a uniform, always watching me from a distance. I've done some research since then. Jesse Campbell was real. He was 19 when he died, not in battle but from typhoid fever in a field hospital. According to local records, he was from a farm just outside what's now Willow Creek. His family's land is where my 3rd childhood home stood, the one with the barn where I heard the footsteps. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know why these things happened to me as a child or why they stopped when I hit puberty. I don't know why, after 13 years of normal life, I was suddenly forced to crawl to Jesse's grave and scream his name. My mom has a theory that I had some kind of sensitivity when I was young, something that made me able to perceive things others couldn't. She thinks my transition to womanhood somehow closed that door, at least until something at the cemetery triggered it open again. All I know is that I'm scared to go back to Willow Creek. I'm scared to sleep with the lights off, and I'm scared that whatever connection I have to Jesse Campbell and the others, the woman in white, the shadowy man, the red eyes at my window, it isn't over. I can feel it even now as I'm writing this. That heaviness in the air, that sense of being watched, like something is standing right behind me, reading over my shoulder, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I won't turn around. I can't, because I don't know what will happen if I do. I've been debating whether to post this for a while now. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I still wake up sweating most nights. I need to get this out, even if no one believes me. I don't even know if I believe what happened myself. Last month, my girlfriend Jess, our friend Kate, and I decided we needed a break from the city and planned a weekend camping trip to Blackwater Forest. We're all experienced campers. Well, experienced enough that we weren't worried about spending a night in the woods. The main campground was packed with families and loud groups when we arrived Friday afternoon, so we decided to find somewhere more secluded. The park ranger mentioned a few isolated spots down some service roads, nothing official, but places locals use. Just follow the main dirt road about 3 miles in, and you'll find some pull-offs, he said. Looking back, I wish I'd asked more questions or noticed how he hesitated before telling us. We drove until sunset, following this increasingly narrow dirt path that had definitely seen better days. My old Subaru handled it okay, but we were all getting anxious about finding a spot before dark. Just as the light was really starting to fade, we spotted a small gravel pull-off to the right. "This looks good," Kate said from the back seat. but I noticed her voice lacked conviction. I pulled in and cut the engine. The silence hit us immediately. It wasn't the peaceful quiet you expect in nature. It was complete absence of sound. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "It's a bit quiet," Jess said, looking around uneasily. "Probably just the time of day," I replied, not believing it myself. "Animals are settling down for the night." We grabbed our gear and picked a small clearing about 50 feet into the trees. None of us mentioned it, but we all kept looking over our shoulders as we unpacked. The trees around us were old, massive trunks that disappeared into darkness above us. There was something about them that felt watchful. Setting up camp took longer than usual because we kept pausing to listen to nothing. Our conversation was stilted, and we stayed closer together than normal. By the time we had both tents up, one for Jess and me, another for Kate, the darkness was complete. I got a small fire going, and we clustered around it with our camp chairs pulled unusually close. The flames didn't seem to push back the darkness the way they should have. The light just stopped, like it hit a wall a few feet out. "You guys ever hear about the disappearances in these woods?" Kate asked, trying to sound casual as she opened a beer. "No, and I don't think now's the time for ghost stories," Jess replied, shooting Kate a look. Kate shrugged. "Just making conversation. My dad used to tell me that hikers would go missing in Blackwater. They'd find their camps intact, food still on plates, tents unzipped, but no people, like they just walked away into the trees and never came back. That's just bullshit parents tell kids to keep them from wandering off," I said, but I couldn't help scanning the tree line, where our fire's light cut off so unnaturally. We tried to keep things normal, talked about work, plans for summer, anything to pretend we weren't all feeling that something was off. Around 10 p.m., we finally gave up and decided to turn in. None of us wanted to be the first to leave the fire's light, but none of us wanted to admit why. "Should we put out the fire completely?" Jess asked. "I'll bank it," I said, not wanting to lose that small comfort of light and warmth. I carefully arranged the embers and placed a few larger logs in a way that would keep it burning low for a while. Kate's tent was about 15 feet from ours. When she zipped herself in, the sound felt obscenely loud in the unnatural quiet. Inside our tent, Jess and I got into our sleeping bags without saying much. She was using her phone, and I noticed she had no signal. Mine didn't either. We were truly cut off. "Does it feel weird to you?" she whispered, finally putting her phone down. "Yeah," I admitted, "but it's just an unfamiliar place in the dark. We'll laugh about being creeped out in the morning." Jess nodded, but didn't look convinced. She curled against me, and I could feel her heart racing. My own wasn't much calmer. I don't know how long I laid there listening to nothing before Jess's breathing finally evened out. I couldn't relax. My body was on high alert, muscles tense like I needed to run. Every few minutes I'd hear a tiny sound from the woods, a twig snap or leaves rustling, but it never developed into anything natural like an animal moving around, just isolated sounds that seemed deliberate. It was about midnight when I heard it, a long, wavering cry that cut through the silence. It wasn't quite human, not quite animal. The closest I can describe is someone trying to mimic a coyote, but not getting it quite right. It rose and fell in pitch, lasting for maybe 15 seconds. Jess jerked awake beside me. "What was that?" she hissed. "Not sure," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Maybe a fox or something." That wasn't a fox. We both sat perfectly still, listening. The sound didn't repeat, but something else started. Footsteps on the gravel near our campsite. Slow, deliberate steps that circled around our tent, crunching rhythmically. They weren't hurried or stealthy. They were confident, like whatever it was had every right to be there. "Is that Kate?" Jess whispered so quietly I barely heard her. I shook my head slightly, though I knew she couldn't see me well in the dark. The footsteps continued their circuit, around our tent, over to Kate's, then back toward the trees, before starting the pattern again. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. The footsteps immediately stopped. We waited in terrified silence for what felt like forever, but they didn't resume. "Maybe it was a deer," Jess suggested, but neither of us believed it. Deer don't walk in perfect rhythmic circles. Eventually, exhaustion must have won out because I slipped into a fitful sleep. I woke sometime later to a strange light filtering through the tent walls. It was a diffuse gray-blue glow, like early dawn. Confused, I checked my phone. 3:17 a.m., way too early for daylight. The light outside pulsed slightly, growing brighter, then dimming in a slow, steady rhythm. It wasn't flashlights or headlights. It was coming from everywhere at once, like the air itself was illuminated. Jess was awake too, staring wide-eyed at the tent ceiling. "Do you see that?" she asked. I nodded. "What the hell is it?" "I don't know, but something's moving out there," she whispered. "I can see shadows in the trees, tall, thin shapes moving between the trunks." I strained to see what she was talking about, and then I caught it. Darker patches moving against the strange glow, shapes that seemed to bend in wrong ways. They moved with purpose, but not in straight lines, more like they were weaving or dancing. "I had nightmares," Jess said suddenly. "I kept dreaming I was lost in these woods and something was calling my name, but it wasn't using a voice. It was, I don't know how to explain it. It was putting the sound directly into my head. I was about to respond when I felt it, pressure on the foot of my sleeping bag, like someone sitting down heavily on it from outside the tent. The weight was substantial and unmistakable. I froze, staring down at my feet. The depression in the fabric was obvious. Something was there, pressing down. "Jess," I hissed, not taking my eyes off it. She followed my gaze and let out a small, choked sound. The weight shifted slightly, like fingers adjusting their grip, and then began to pull, slowly dragging my sleeping bag toward the tent wall. That broke my paralysis. I thrashed wildly, kicking and screaming. Jess scrambled away from me, pressing herself against the opposite side of the tent. The weight immediately disappeared, and I heard something move quickly away from the tent. Not footsteps, but a kind of sliding, dragging sound. From Kate's tent came a startled yell. "What's happening? Are you guys okay?" I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped our tent with shaking hands. The strange glow was gone, replaced by normal darkness. Kate was already outside her tent, her own flashlight beam dancing wildly around the campsite. "Something was at our tent," I said, my voice strained. Something grabbed my sleeping bag. Kate's face was pale in the flashlight beam. I heard screaming. I thought someone was attacking you." Jess emerged behind me, clutching her jacket around herself despite the mild night. "Did you see that light?" she asked Kate. Kate looked confused. "What light? I was asleep until I heard you guys yell." We checked around both tents with our flashlights. There were no footprints, no signs that anything had been there. But when we examined my sleeping bag, the foot was stretched and distorted, the fabric permanently warped like something had pulled it with immense strength. "We need to leave," Kate said, looking at the sleeping bag. "Now." No one argued. We started throwing our gear together haphazardly, not bothering to pack properly. None of us wanted to separate or be alone for even a moment. "Were you outside earlier?" I asked Kate as we worked. "Around midnight?" She looked at me strangely. No, I haven't left my tent since we turned in. Someone was walking around the campsite, Jess explained, her voice tight, circling our tents. Kate's expression made it clear this was the first she was hearing of it. By 4:40 a.m., we had everything crammed into my car. The campfire was completely out, not just banked as I'd left it, but cold, like it had been doused with water hours ago. None of us mentioned it. I had the car started and was backing out when Jess suddenly grabbed my arm. "Wait," she said, staring out the window. "Look at the trees." In the headlights, I could see the trunks of the nearest trees. There were symbols carved into the bark, crude, angular markings that looked freshly made. They formed a rough circle around where we'd camped, on every tree at exactly the same height. "Those weren't there when we arrived," Kate said from the back seat. "I would have noticed." I hit the gas harder than necessary, and we bounced down the dirt road way too fast for safety. No one complained. The headlights barely seemed to penetrate the darkness, like the woods were swallowing the light. Several times, I swore I saw movement just beyond the reach of the beams, tall, thin shapes keeping pace with the car. When we finally hit the main park road, the relief was physical, like a weight lifting off my chest. We drove straight home without stopping, arriving as the real dawn broke. We've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was local kids messing with us. Maybe we all got spooked and fed off each other's fear. Maybe the ranger at the entrance is laughing about sending some city folks to a spot the locals avoid. But I can't forget the weight on my sleeping bag, pulling with inhuman strength. I can't explain the light that wasn't dawn, or the symbols that appeared overnight, or the strange cry that wasn't human or animal. Jess woke up screaming last night. She said she heard that sound again, that not-quite coyote wail, outside our apartment window, 12 stories up. Kate says she's fine, but she stopped answering my texts after dark. I've been researching Blackwater Forest history obsessively. There are old news clippings about missing hikers, just like Kate's story. Authorities always concluded they got lost, but their camps were found intact, like they just walked away. I keep checking my sleeping bag, the one from the trip that still has that stretched, distorted foot. Sometimes, usually around 3 a.m., I swear I feel a weight pressed down on it again, like something followed us home. I don't know what happened in those woods. I don't know if I'll ever understand it. But I know we weren't alone out there, and I'm not convinced we're alone now. I still get chills thinking about what happened during our camping trip last month. My husband Matt and I had been planning this getaway to Pinewood Valley for weeks. With both of us drowning in work stress, we needed to disconnect from everything. No phones, no emails, just us and nature for a weekend. We arrived at the campsite around noon on Friday. It was a beautiful spot we'd found online, secluded enough that we wouldn't have to deal with other campers nearby, but still marked on the trail maps. Matt was paranoid about going too far off-grid, always worrying about safety. I used to tease him about it. Now I thank God for his caution. The hike to our spot took about 3 hours. We followed a trail that eventually narrowed to barely visible paths through thick pine forest. The ranger at the station had marked our destination on the map, a small clearing near a creek that was supposed to be perfect for tent camping. When we finally reached it, I was blown away by how beautiful and peaceful it was. Sunlight filtered through the tall pines, and you could hear the creek bubbling nearby. It felt like we had our own private slice of paradise. We spent the afternoon setting up camp and hiking around the nearby trails. Matt wanted to explore as much as possible before sunset. By evening, my legs were aching in that satisfying way that comes after a good day of hiking. We made dinner on our portable stove, just some rehydrated camping food, but it tasted amazing after all the fresh air and exercise. As the sun set, we built a small fire and sat talking for hours. It had been ages since we'd connected like that, without distractions. I remember feeling so content, watching the flames and listening to the forest sounds around us. Around 10 p.m., exhaustion hit me hard. Matt wanted to stay up a bit longer to enjoy the stars, but I crawled into our tent and fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up sometime later needing to pee. The tent was pitch black except for the faint blue glow of Matt's watch, 12:17 a.m. Matt was sleeping soundly beside me, his breathing deep and rhythmic. I lay there for a moment, debating whether to hold it until morning, but my bladder was screaming at me. I quietly grabbed my headlamp and was about to unzip the tent when I heard it. A scratching sound, slow and methodical, like fingers dragging through dirt. At first I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or something scavenging around our campsite. But there was something too deliberate about it, too human. The sound continued, steady and uninterrupted. Scratch, scoop, scratch, scoop, over and over. My heart started racing. I nudged Matt, but he just mumbled and rolled over. The scratching continued, now accompanied by the soft sound of dirt being piled or moved. I couldn't just lie there wondering. With shaking hands, I carefully, silently unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The moon was bright enough that I could see without turning on my headlamp. What I saw made my blood run cold. There was a young woman, maybe in her 20s, crouched about 5 feet from our tent. Her hair hung in clumpy tangles around her face, and she was wearing what looked like dirty jeans and a flannel shirt that was too big for her frame. She was digging in the dirt with her bare hands, scooping earth methodically and placing it in a small pile beside her. Her movements were almost robotic. Dig, scoop, pile, dig, scoop, pile. Her face was partly obscured by her hair, but what I could see of her expression was vacant, like she was sleepwalking. I felt a scream building in my throat, but managed to choke it down. Instead, I zipped the tent back up and shook Matt hard, clamping my hand over his mouth as he woke up. His eyes flew open in confusion. "There's someone outside," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "A woman. She's digging next to our tent." Matt immediately went into protective mode. He reached for his flashlight, one of those heavy mag lights that could double as a weapon if needed. He motioned for me to stay quiet and slowly unzipped the tent. The scratching continued, uninterrupted by our whispers or the sound of the zipper. Matt flicked on the flashlight, and the beam cut through the darkness to where the woman was digging. For a moment she didn't react at all, continuing her methodical digging as if she hadn't noticed the sudden light. Then, slowly, she raised her head to look at us. Her face was streaked with dirt and sweat, her eyes wide but strangely unfocused. She didn't look frightened or surprised, just empty, like nobody was home behind those eyes. Dirt caked her fingernails and covered her hands up to the wrists. "Hey!" Matt called out, his voice steady but cautious. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The woman just stared at us. Then, with deliberate slowness, she stood up. She was small, maybe 5'2", and thinner than I'd initially thought. She opened her hands, letting dirt fall through her fingers, then turned and walked into the darkness of the forest without a word. We sat frozen for what felt like forever, listening to the sound of her footsteps retreating until they faded completely. Matt's flashlight beam trembled slightly as he swept it around our campsite, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. "What the actual fuck?" he whispered, finally turning to look at me. "Do you think she's lost? Or maybe not right in the head?" I shook my head, still struggling to process what we'd just seen. "I don't know, but I still need to pee, and there's no way I'm going out there alone now." Matt grabbed his pocket knife and accompanied me to a spot a few feet from the tent. I'd never been so terrified while peeing in my life, jumping at every rustle of leaves or snap of twigs. When we got back to the tent, neither of us felt like sleeping. "Should we pack up? Try to hike back?" I asked. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew it wasn't realistic. It was the middle of the night, and the trail would be nearly impossible to follow safely in darkness. "Let's wait until morning," Matt decided. "I'll stay awake and keep watch. Try to get some sleep if you can." But sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. We sat huddled together in the tent, jumping at every sound from the forest around us. Matt kept the flashlight on, its beam cutting through the tent fabric to create a small circle of light outside, our pathetic barrier against whatever lurked in the darkness. Around 2 a.m. we heard it again. Not digging this time, but the sound of someone moving around our campsite. Rustling, shifting, the clink of metal against metal. Someone was going through our things. Matt zipped the tent open faster this time, pointing the flashlight directly at the source of the noise. It was her again, the same woman, now crouched beside our backpacks and cooking equipment. She had our camping pot in her hands and was examining it with an intensity that was bizarre and unsettling, turning it over and running her fingers along the edges like she'd never seen such an object before. "Hey!" Matt's voice was sharper now, tinged with fear and anger. "What are you doing? Put that down." She didn't even look up. She just continued examining the pot, then set it down carefully and picked up our spatula. Her movements were deliberate and childlike, filled with a strange curiosity that made my skin crawl. There was something deeply wrong about the way she handled our things, not like someone stealing, but like someone encountering human objects for the first time. Matt took a step toward her, and I grabbed his arm, terrified of him getting too close. The woman finally looked up at us, her expression still vacant. Without a word, she set down the spatula and walked back to the spot where she'd been digging earlier. Then, as if we weren't even there, she crouched down and resumed her digging with the same methodical motions as before. "Stop that!" Matt shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. "What are you looking for? Who are you?" She didn't respond, didn't even flinch at his raised voice, just kept digging, her fingers clawing at the earth with single-minded determination. I pulled Matt back into the tent and zipped it closed. "We need to call for help," I whispered, reaching for my phone before remembering there was no signal this deep in the valley. "I'm going to scare her off," Matt decided, grabbing the emergency whistle from his pack. Before I could stop him, he blew 3 sharp blasts. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. When we peeked out again, she was gone, just vanished into the darkness, leaving only the half-dug hole as evidence she'd been there at all. We spent the rest of the night sitting up, backs against each other, facing opposite directions of the tent. Every time I started to drift off from exhaustion, I'd jerk awake, convinced I could hear digging again. Matt stayed awake, keeping watch with the flashlight and knife in hand. As the first hint of dawn lightened the sky, we finally ventured outside. Our campsite looked like it had been ransacked. Our backpacks were open, contents strewn across the ground. The cooking gear was arranged in a strange, almost ritualistic circle. Nothing seemed to be missing, just rearranged, as if someone had been studying each item and then set it down wherever they pleased. And the hole she'd been digging was nearly a foot deep now, perfectly round with the dirt piled neatly beside it. There was nothing in it, nothing buried there that we could see. Just an empty hole in the ground that made no sense. "We need to get out of here," I said, already stuffing my sleeping bag into its compression sack with shaking hands. Matt didn't argue. We packed faster than we ever had before, constantly scanning the trees around us, half expecting to see her watching from the shadows. The hike back was a blur of paranoia. Every sound made us freeze. Every glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye had me gasping. We practically ran down the trail, stopping only when our lungs were burning too badly to continue. Even then, we'd take turns keeping watch while the other caught their breath. When we finally reached the ranger station, we tried to explain what had happened. The ranger looked concerned and called in our description of the woman. He said she didn't match any missing persons reports, but that they'd send someone to check the area. He asked if we wanted to file a formal report, but what would we even say? That a woman dug holes and rearranged our cooking gear? That she looked at our spatula like it was an alien artifact? It sounded ridiculous in the daylight. We declined to file a report and drove home in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. I've spent the last month trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched the area, looking for stories of strange encounters or missing persons. I've even had nightmares about digging, waking up with my fingers cramped as if I'd been clawing at dirt all night. Matt wants to forget it ever happened. He says it was probably just some homeless woman with mental health issues who wandered too far into the woods. He's probably right. That's the logical explanation. But I can't shake the memory of her eyes. That empty, vacant stare that seemed to look right through us, or the way she examined our everyday items with such alien curiosity, or the purposeful way she dug that hole, like she knew exactly what she was looking for. We haven't been camping since. I'm not sure we ever will again. Sometimes at night, I still wake up thinking I hear it, that slow, methodical sound of fingers dragging through earth. Scratch, scoop, scratch, scoop, searching for something I hope they never find. I've never been the type of person who scares easily. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, I spent most of my childhood outdoors, fishing, hiking, camping. You name it. The woods have always been my second home. At least they were until last October. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. My buddies Tyler and Mike had been planning this camping excursion to Ravenwood Forest for weeks. We'd gone there dozens of times before, usually to the same spot about 8 miles in, where there's this perfect clearing next to a small creek. The plan was straightforward. Ride our four-wheelers in on Friday afternoon, set up camp, fish and hike on Saturday, then head back Sunday morning. I remember pulling into Tyler's driveway around 1 p.m. His garage door was open, and I could see him loading supplies onto his four-wheeler. Mike's truck was already there, his ATV hitched to the back. As I cut my engine and got out, something immediately felt off. Usually, these get-togethers start with jokes and beer, but both guys barely acknowledged me when I walked up. "You okay?" I asked Tyler as I helped him strap a cooler to his rack. "Yeah, just tired," he mumbled, but wouldn't make eye contact. Mike was similarly quiet, methodically checking his gear without his usual wisecracks. I chalked it up to them being hungover or maybe having fought about something stupid. By 2 p.m., we had everything loaded and hit the trail that leads into Ravenwood. The weather was perfect. Mid-60s, partly cloudy, that crisp autumn smell in the air. But even with the ideal conditions, I couldn't shake this weird feeling of unease. About 30 minutes into our ride, I realized what was bothering me. The forest was silent. Not quiet, silent. October in these woods should mean squirrels rushing around gathering nuts, birds calling, the occasional rustle of deer moving through underbrush. Instead, there was nothing except the rumble of our engines echoing through the trees. We stopped at an old fallen oak, about 3 miles in, to adjust our gear and grab a drink. As Tyler and Mike checked their straps, I walked a few yards into the trees to take a leak. That's when I saw it. Movement about 50 yards deeper in the pines. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it was moving too fast and upright. It disappeared behind a thick stand of trees before I could really process what I'd seen. When I got back to the ATVs, Mike was staring in the same direction, his water bottle frozen halfway to his mouth. "Did you see that?" I asked. He quickly looked away. "See what? Let's get moving. We're burning daylight." We remounted and continued deeper into Ravenwood, but our usual route kept getting blocked. First by a massive fallen pine that definitely hadn't been there on our last trip. Then by a section of trail that had somehow become a muddy bog despite no recent rain. Each detour took us off our familiar path, forcing us to navigate through increasingly dense sections of forest. By the time we finally reached our usual camping spot, the sun was already low in the sky. We should have arrived by 3:30, but my watch showed almost 5 p.m. The shadows were long, the temperature dropping faster than it should have. "Let's set up quick," Tyler said, the first full sentence he'd spoken all day. "I want the tents up before dark." We worked frantically, unsetting in our rush. I kept dropping tent stakes. Mike tangled himself in guy lines, and Tyler cursed as he struggled with the camp stove. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. I was hammering in the last stake of my tent when I saw it again. Standing between 2 tall pines about 70 yards away was a figure. Tall, impossibly tall, and thin, like a stretched-out human silhouette. It was partially hidden behind a tree, but I could make out what looked like unnaturally long arms hanging at its sides. "Tyler," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the spot. "Tyler, look over there." He turned slowly, following my gaze. The moment he saw it, I knew because his breathing stopped. The figure stood motionless for maybe 5 seconds, then suddenly bolted deeper into the forest. But it didn't move like a person. It was too fluid, too fast, covering ground in a way that made my stomach turn. "What the fuck was that?" I hissed. Tyler shook his head. "Probably just a deer." "That wasn't a deer. Just finished setting up," he snapped, turning back to the camp stove. By the time we had camp established, darkness had settled completely. We built the fire bigger than usual, none of us saying why. Mike kept adding logs until the flames were nearly 5 feet high, casting our shadows long against the surrounding trees. We sat around that fire eating beans and hot dogs in near silence, all of us facing outward, our backs to each other. Every few minutes, one of us would whip around at some imagined sound from the darkness beyond our light. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" I finally asked, unable to stand the tension anymore. Mike nodded. "No crickets, no nothing. It's just the fire," Tyler said unconvincingly. "Animals stay away from fire." "Not this far away," I said. "We should still hear something." We fell back into silence. Around 9 p.m., Mike suggested we turn in, but none of us moved toward our tents. "Maybe we should take shifts," I suggested. "You know, keep the fire going." The relief on their faces told me they'd been thinking the same thing. We decided I'd take first watch, then Mike, then Tyler. They retreated to their tents while I sat alone by the fire, my hunting knife on my lap and Tyler's shotgun leaning against the log beside me. I'm not sure why I felt I needed them. I just did. Every 20 minutes or so, I'd call out to the guys, and they'd answer back immediately, neither of them sleeping. The woods remained dead silent except for the occasional crack of our fire. No wind, no animals, nothing. About an hour into my watch, I heard it, a soft cracking sound from the darkness, like a twig snapping under weight. I grabbed the shotgun and stood up, scanning the tree line. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately after. Whatever was out there wasn't going to answer. The cracking came again, this time from a different direction, then another from somewhere else. It was as if something was circling our camp, just beyond the firelight. "Guys," I called, trying to keep my voice steady, "I think there's something out there." Both tent zippers opened simultaneously. Mike and Tyler emerged, Tyler holding his flashlight like a weapon. "Where?" Tyler asked, his voice a harsh whisper. Before I could answer, we heard it again, crack, from directly behind me. All three of us spun to face the sound, Tyler's flashlight beam cutting through the darkness between two large pines. For a split second, the light caught something. A face, if you could call it that, pale, elongated, with eyes that reflected the light like a deer's, but much higher off the ground than any deer would be. It disappeared so quickly I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. "Holy shit," Mike breathed. "Did you see that?" None of us slept that night. We abandoned the watch schedule and sat together by the fire, taking turns adding logs to keep the flames high. Every so often, we'd hear that cracking sound, always from a different direction, always just beyond where our light reached. Around 3 a.m., Tyler broke our tense silence. "We need to leave at first light. Pack only what's essential." Mike and I nodded. There was no discussion about cutting our trip short. We all knew we weren't staying another night. I watched the sky lighten with an intensity I've never felt before. The moment there was enough light to see the trail, we began breaking camp. No coffee, no breakfast, just a frantic dismantling of tents and shoving of gear onto our four-wheelers. "Leave the rest," Tyler ordered when we had the essentials packed. The camp stove, extra firewood, and a couple of folding chairs remained by the dead fire pit. None of us cared. The ride out was a blur of anxiety and speed. I kept looking over my shoulder, and twice I swear I saw that same tall, thin silhouette moving parallel to us through the trees, keeping pace despite the rough terrain. It seemed to flow between the pines rather than run, its movement almost liquid. We reached the main trail and opened throttle, caution abandoned in our rush to escape. When we finally broke free of the tree line and entered the clearing leading to Tyler's property, I felt like I could breathe for the first time in hours. We unloaded in silence, each of us occasionally glancing toward the forest edge visible from Tyler's backyard. No one mentioned what we'd seen or heard. We just mechanically emptied our four-wheelers and packed our vehicles. As I was about to leave, Mike finally spoke. "Maybe it was a bear?" Tyler nodded too quickly. "Yeah, probably, standing on its hind legs." "Bears don't move like that," I said, "and they don't have faces like—" It was getting dark, Tyler cut me off. "Eyes play tricks." We left it at that. What else could we do? File a report about seeing an impossibly tall, inhuman figure stalking us in the woods? Who would believe that? It's been 3 months now. I haven't been back to Ravenwood, and neither have Tyler or Mike. We don't talk about that weekend. When other friends suggest camping trips, we all find excuses to decline. Last week I was driving home late from work. My route takes me along the edge of Ravenwood Forest for about 2 miles. As I rounded a bend, my headlights swept across the tree line, and for just a second, I saw it again. That tall, thin silhouette standing just inside the forest edge, watching. I sped all the way home, locked every door and window, and sat up until dawn with all the lights on. I still don't know what we encountered in those woods. I've researched local legends, cryptids, even psychiatric conditions that might explain a shared hallucination. Nothing fits. All I know is that something was watching us in Ravenwood Forest that night, something that shouldn't exist, and sometimes I feel like it's still watching, waiting for me to return. I won't be going back. I still can't fully explain what happened that night at Cedar Creek. I've been camping my whole life, but nothing prepared me for what we experienced. This happened last summer, and I still get chills thinking about it. My buddy Jake and I were on our annual camping trip with our families at Cedar Creek. It's this really remote spot about 3 hours from town, the kind of place with no cell service and more stars than you can count. We've been going there since we were kids, and by now, we had our own little tradition. While our parents hung around the campfire drinking and talking about boring adult stuff, Jake and I would sneak off for what we called our midnight adventure. Just a short hike through the woods, nothing crazy. We'd done it a dozen times before. That night felt different from the moment we stepped outside our tents. The air was heavier somehow, almost sticky against my skin. Usually, the moon lit up the trails pretty well, but clouds had swallowed it up, leaving only this faint silver glow that barely penetrated the trees. I remember hesitating by the edge of our campsite, looking into the wall of darkness ahead. "You good?" Jake asked, clicking on his flashlight. I nodded and switched on mine too, but something in my gut was telling me to stay put. Looking back, I wish I'd listened to that feeling. We followed our usual path at first, the narrow dirt trail that winds between the tall pines. Normally, we'd hear all kinds of forest sounds, crickets, owls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, but that night, nothing. The silence was absolute, broken only by our footsteps and breathing. It was like the forest was holding its breath. About 20 minutes in, we reached the spot where we usually turn back. There's this big lightning-struck tree that's been our marker for years. But instead of turning around, Jake pointed his flashlight beam further into the woods. "Let's go a bit farther tonight," he said. I remember the way his voice seemed to get swallowed up by the darkness. I didn't want to look like a chicken, so I shrugged and followed him past our boundary. The trees grew denser the deeper we went, their branches twisting together overhead like gnarled fingers. Our flashlight beams seemed weaker too, barely cutting through the thick darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I zipped my jacket up to my chin. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just wind through the leaves, but there was no breeze that night. It came again, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. It sounded like it was right behind me, a breath against my ear. I spun around, my heart suddenly hammering. "Did you hear that?" Jake was a few steps ahead but turned back, frowning. "Hear what?" "Someone just whispered something." I swung my flashlight in a wide arc, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. "Probably just an animal," Jake said, but I could tell by his voice that he was spooked too. We kept walking, both of us more alert now, our heads constantly turning at the slightest sound. The ground became uneven, forcing us to watch our footing. I was focused on not tripping when it happened again. Not one whisper this time, but several, overlapping each other. They weren't words exactly, more like half-formed syllables, meaningless sounds that somehow still felt like they were trying to communicate. Jake heard them too this time. I saw his body go rigid. "What the hell is that?" he hissed, swinging his flashlight wildly into the darkness. "I don't know." My mouth had gone completely dry. "Maybe we should head back." Jake nodded, and we turned around, trying to retrace our steps. That's when I realized we had a problem. In our eagerness to explore, we hadn't been paying attention to landmarks. The forest looked completely different from this direction, every tree identical to the last. "Do you remember which way we came?" I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Jake pointed uncertainly to our left. "I think it was that way." We started walking, faster now, our earlier bravado completely gone. The whispers followed us, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder. They seemed to come from everywhere at once, behind trees, under rocks, from the canopy above. I kept jerking my head around, convinced I'd see someone standing there, but there was never anything solid, just more darkness and shifting shadows. My flashlight beam caught something moving about 20 feet ahead. I froze, grabbing Jake's arm. "There's something there," I whispered. We both stood still, our flashlights fixed on the spot. For a moment, there was nothing. Then a branch snapped, loud in the unnatural silence, and we saw it. Something low to the ground, moving through the undergrowth. Not an animal. It was too big, too awkward in its movements. "Hello," Jake called out, his voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No response, just more rustling. Then it emerged into a small clearing, a human figure crawling on all fours through the dead leaves. My blood turned to ice. It was a woman, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. Her clothes, what looked like hiking gear, were torn and filthy, her hair matted with dirt and twigs. "Jesus," Jake breathed. My first instinct was to run, but I couldn't just leave someone who might need help. The woman hadn't noticed us yet. She kept crawling forward, muttering to herself in a low, raspy voice. "Ma'am," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay?" She stopped abruptly, her head snapping up in our direction. Her face was streaked with dirt, her eyes wide and unfocused. For a long moment she just stared at us, her expression blank. Then she spoke, her words slurred and disjointed. "They're listening, always listening in the trees." Jake and I exchanged terrified glances. This woman was clearly not okay. "Are you hurt?" I asked, taking a cautious step forward. "We can help you get back to the campground." The woman lurched to her feet, swaying unsteadily. Up close I could smell something sharp and chemical on her breath. Her pupils were pinpricks, even in the dark. "The whispers," she said, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "You hear them too, don't you?" I couldn't lie to her. "Yes, we've been hearing whispers." A look of grim satisfaction crossed her face. "They found you too. They always find you if you go too far." "Who finds you?" Jake asked, keeping his distance. The woman's gaze shifted to something behind us. "Them, the Watchers. They live in the spaces between the trees." I fought the urge to look over my shoulder. My skin was crawling, every nerve ending screaming danger. "We need to get back to camp," I said firmly, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Will you come with us?" The woman nodded, still staring past us into the darkness. I noticed fresh scratches on her arms and neck, as if she'd been running through thorn bushes. "What's your name?" Jake asked as we started walking, trying to keep her talking. "Amanda," she replied after a long pause. "I think, yes, Amanda." "I'm Ethan, and this is Jake. We're camping with our families. Are you camping too?" She nodded vaguely. "With friends. We were exploring." She stopped suddenly, turning in a complete circle. "Which way is out?" "The trees keep moving." "This way," I said, though I was far from certain. I picked a direction that seemed less dense with trees and started walking, praying it would lead us back to camp. As we walked, Amanda would occasionally stop and stare into the darkness, mumbling names and random phrases. Michael should have listened. "The rocks aren't right. They speak in colors here." nothing that made any sense. Other times, she'd fall completely silent, moving mechanically beside us. The whispers continued, sometimes fading to nothing, sometimes growing so loud I swore they were right next to my ear. Once, I felt something brush against the back of my neck, not a branch or leaf, but something that felt like fingers, light and cold. I spun around, but there was nothing there except Amanda, several feet behind me, staring up at the tree canopy. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, I spotted a faint orange glow through the trees. Campfires. Relief hit me like a physical force. We'd found our way back. As we emerged from the tree line, Amanda stopped, her eyes fixed on a cluster of tents about 100 yards from our own campsite. I hadn't noticed that group earlier in the day. "There," she said, "my friends." We walked her over, and I was struck by how normal they seemed. 3 guys and another woman sitting around a campfire, drinking beers. They looked up as we approached, and I expected shock, concern, maybe panic at seeing their friend in such a state. Instead, one of the men just sighed and stood up. "Amanda wandered off again, huh?" he said, not sounding particularly worried. "We found her in the woods," Jake explained. "She seemed lost, confused." The man nodded, taking Amanda by the arm. "Yeah, she does that. Thanks for bringing her back." "Should we call for help?" I asked, confused by their casual attitude. "She might need medical attention." The woman by the fire laughed. "She's fine. Just had a bit too much of her special medicine. Happens every time we come out here." Amanda was standing passively beside them now, her earlier agitation seemingly gone. But as the man started to lead her toward one of the tents, she turned back to us, her eyes suddenly clear and focused. "Don't go back into the woods," she said. "They know your voices now." The man laughed awkwardly. "Don't mind her. Thanks again, boys." We headed back to our own campsite, neither of us speaking. Our parents were still up hanging around the fire and didn't seem to have noticed our extended absence. We mumbled something about taking a walk and went straight to our tent. "That was messed up," Jake whispered once we were inside. "Do you think she was just high or something?" "I don't know," I said. I couldn't shake the memory of those whispers, how they seemed to follow us, to know exactly where we were. But she heard them too, the whispers. "Maybe we were just hearing the wind," Jake suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe that any more than I did. I lay awake most of that night, staring at the tent ceiling, replaying everything in my mind. The absolute silence of the forest, the whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. Amanda crawling through the leaves, her face streaked with dirt, talking about watchers between the trees. Sometime around 3 a.m., I heard rustling outside our tent. Careful not to wake Jake, who had finally fallen asleep, I unzipped the flap just enough to peek out. The campground was still, the fires burned down to embers. In the faint light, I could just make out the other campsite where we'd left Amanda. A figure was moving between their tents, Amanda still in the same dirty clothes. She was walking toward the tree line, her movements more fluid now, purposeful. At the edge of the forest, she stopped and looked back, her gaze finding my tent with unsettling accuracy. Even from that distance, I swear I could see her eyes reflect the dim firelight. She raised one hand in what might have been a wave, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. I wanted to wake Jake, to tell someone, but fear kept me frozen in place. What if I went for help and found nothing? What if her friends said she was asleep in her tent? Would anyone believe what we'd experienced in those woods? The next morning, I casually suggested we check on the woman we'd helped. But when we walked over to their campsite, it was empty. No tents, no gear, not even any trash left behind. It was as if they'd never been there at all. We left Cedar Creek that afternoon, our trip cut short by a sudden rainstorm. As we drove away, I kept looking back at those woods, half expecting to see Amanda standing among the trees, watching us leave. I never told my parents what happened. How could I explain it? Even now, I'm not sure what was real and what my fear-addled mind might have conjured up. But I know this. I heard those whispers. I felt them against my skin, probing, curious, hungry. And sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, I hear them again, faint, distant, but unmistakable, calling me back to Cedar Creek, to the spaces between the trees where something waits, listening, learning our voices. I haven't been camping since. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night last summer. It's been almost a year, but I can't shake the feeling that something is still watching me. I've never told this story to anyone outside our small group, but I need to get it off my chest. It was mid-July, one of those sticky Midwest nights where the air feels like a wet blanket. Ben texted our group chat around 9 p.m. saying his brother left him the keys to his beat-up Chevy Impala while he was out of town. For 4 17-year-olds who normally got around on skateboards, this was basically winning the lottery. "Dude, we have to take advantage," Mark replied immediately. Josh agreed, and even though I was supposed to help my dad with yard work early the next morning, there was no way I was missing out. By 10:30, Ben pulled up outside my house, music blasting. I snuck out through the basement door, my parents were already asleep, and slid into the back seat next to Josh. Mark had claimed shotgun. "Freedom, boys!" Ben shouted as we peeled away from my neighborhood. The Impala smelled like old French fries and Ben's brother's cologne, but we didn't care. Rolling the windows down, feeling the summer air rush in, I remember thinking this was what being a teenager was supposed to feel like. We drove aimlessly for about an hour, just cruising back roads around Millfield, blasting music, stopping at the 24-hour convenience store for slushies and chips. It was nothing special, but with a car, it felt different, more real somehow. Around midnight, Ben glanced at the fuel gauge and cursed. "Shit, my brother's gonna kill me if I don't fill this up before he gets back." "There's a gas station up ahead." Mark pointed to a dim light in the distance. We were on some back road I didn't recognize, at least 20 minutes outside town. As we pulled into the station, my stomach instantly knotted up. It was one of those ancient-looking places with just 2 pumps, illuminated by a single fluorescent light that buzzed and flickered. The convenience store part looked closed, but the pumps were on. No attendant in sight. While Ben filled up the tank, I got out to stretch my legs. That's when I noticed it, this weathered wooden sign at the edge of the lot, half covered in moss. Forest Preserve entrance. No entry after dark. A gravel path led from the sign into complete darkness. The trees formed a solid black wall that seemed to absorb all light. Something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. "Hey guys, check this out," Mark called out, walking toward the sign. He pulled out his phone flashlight and pointed it down the path. "This is the McKinley Forest Preserve. My cousin told me about this place." Ben finished pumping gas and joined us. "What about it?" "It cuts through to County Road 16. There's another gas station on the other side, the new Wawago," Mark said, suddenly excited. "It's only like a mile through, way faster than driving all the way around." "No way," I said immediately. "We're not going in there." Josh shrugged. "Could be fun. It's not even that late." "It's after midnight," I argued, "and the sign literally says no entry after dark." Ben looked between us and the dark woods. I don't know, man. My phone's at 10% battery. If we get lost... We won't get lost, Mark insisted. It's a straight path through. I've been here during the day with my family, 20 minutes tops. They argued for a few minutes while I stood there feeling increasingly uneasy. There was something about those woods that felt wrong. The darkness seemed too thick, too complete. The usual summer night sounds, crickets, frogs, were strangely absent near the tree line. I'm not going in there, I finally said. I'll walk around on the main road and meet you guys at the Wawago. Don't be such a pussy, Mark laughed, but Ben cut him off. Nah, it's cool. If you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. Ben shrugged. You sure you're good walking by yourself, though? Yeah, it's fine. Google Maps says it's like a 30-minute walk on the main road. I could use the exercise anyway. I tried to play it off casually, but truthfully, walking alone at night scared me less than those woods. Josh hesitated. Maybe we should all just drive around. Come on. Mark was already heading toward the path. Where's your sense of adventure? It'll be faster and way more interesting than driving another 20 minutes. In the end, Ben and Josh followed Mark. I watched their phone flashlights disappear among the trees, then pulled up the walking directions on my phone and started down the main road. The walk was creepy in its own way. No streetlights out here, just the occasional porch light from a distant farmhouse. The road was completely deserted, not a single car passed me. I kept my phone flashlight on and tried not to jump at every rustle in the roadside bushes. My mind kept wandering to what might be happening with my friends in those woods. What if they got lost? What if they ran into some backwoods weirdos camped out in there? I tried calling Ben twice, but it went straight to voicemail. Low battery, like he'd said. I reached the Wawago gas station about 35 minutes later. It was brightly lit with a bored-looking cashier visible through the window. I checked my phone. 1:07 a.m. If Mark was right about it taking 20 minutes through the forest, they should have beaten me here. No sign of them. I went inside, bought a Gatorade, and sat on the curb outside. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. At 1:17 a.m., I was about to call 911 when I heard shouting. 3 figures came tearing around the corner of the building, running full sprint toward the gas station. It was them, but something was very wrong. Ben reached me first, bent over gasping for air. His face was ghost white, his t-shirt soaked through with sweat. Josh collapsed beside him, while Mark paced in frantic circles, constantly looking back over his shoulder. What happened? I jumped up, but none of them could speak for almost a full minute. We need to go, right now. Ben finally straightened up, his voice tight with fear. What happened in there? I asked again. Mark grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. There's something in those woods, something fucking wrong. We hurried inside the gas station. The cashier looked up from his phone, annoyed at first, then concerned when he saw the state of my friends. You boys okay? He asked. Fine, Ben answered too quickly. Just need some water. We grabbed bottles of water and huddled in the back corner of the store. All 3 of them were shaking, and Josh had a long scratch down his forearm that was bleeding slightly. Tell me what happened, I whispered. Ben took a long drink of water, then spoke in a low voice. At first it was fine, just walking through the woods, joking around. The path was clear enough with our flashlights. About 10 minutes in, Mark continued, we started hearing stuff behind us, like twigs snapping. We thought it was just animals or something. But it wasn't random. Josh interrupted, his voice cracking. It was deliberate, like it was keeping pace with us, staying just out of sight. We walked faster, Ben said, and whatever it was, it walked faster too. Then we heard this sound. They all fell silent, exchanging glances. "What sound?" I pressed. Mark swallowed hard. "Like someone trying to imitate breathing, but they don't know how lungs work. This wet, rhythmic, hissing noise." Then Ben's flashlight caught something, Josh whispered. About 50 feet back on the trail. Ben was staring at the floor now. It was tall, really tall, at least 7 feet, and wrong-looking. Its proportions were all fucked up. Long arms, way too long, hanging down past its knees, and pale, like it had never seen sunlight. Its face. Mark shuddered. I only saw it for a second when Ben's light hit it, but its eyes. They reflected the light back red, like a fucking animal's eyes, but bigger. "And it was watching us," Josh added, standing completely still, just watching. Then it started moving toward us. "We ran," Ben said simply. It followed. We could hear it crashing through the trees, sometimes on the path, sometimes parallel to us, moving way faster than something that size should be able to move. Mark's hands were still shaking as he opened his water bottle. It was gaining on us. I could hear that breathing right behind me, and the smell like meat left out too long. We finally saw lights ahead. "This gas station," Josh continued. When we got to the edge of the woods, I glanced back. It was standing right at the tree line, just standing there. "It wouldn't cross out of the forest," Ben said, his voice hollow. "It just stood there, watching us. Then it backed up into the trees and disappeared." The cashier walked over, concern on his face. "You boys been through McKinley Preserve?" We nodded. He sighed, lowering his voice. "You're not the first to come out looking like that. Most folks know better than to go in there after dark." "What is it?" I asked. The cashier shrugged. "Don't know. Don't want to know. Grandfather was the forest ranger there for 30 years. He had stories that would curl your toes. Said there's things in old woods that don't have names." He walked back to the counter, leaving us sitting there in silence. "We need to go," Ben finally said. "We need to get out of here." No one argued. We piled into the Impala, Ben behind the wheel, me in the passenger seat this time. As we pulled out of the gas station, I noticed all three of them kept checking the rearview mirrors. The drive home was completely silent, except for Ben repeatedly asking me to check the navigation to make sure we were taking the longest route possible around the forest preserve. No one even touched the radio. About halfway home, Josh spoke up from the back seat. "Guys, do you smell that?" I sniffed the air. There was something, a faint, sour odor, like rotting meat. "It's nothing," Ben said too quickly, rolling down all the windows. "Probably just roadkill somewhere." But I noticed how white his knuckles were on the steering wheel, how his eyes kept darting to the mirrors. The smell faded after a few minutes, but the tension didn't. Every set of trees we passed on the roadside made everyone tense up. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of my eye. We finally reached our neighborhood as dawn was breaking. Ben dropped us each off in silence. No jokes, no plans to hang out later, just quick goodbyes and nervous glances up and down the street. As I slipped back into my house, I realized something had fundamentally changed. We'd always joke about urban legends, watch horror movies, dare each other to walk through the cemetery at night. Typical teenage stuff. But this was different. This was real. It's been almost a year. We don't talk about that night, but it changed things between us. We don't go out after dark anymore. Ben got rid of his brother's car as soon as he could. Mark's parents say he's been seeing a therapist for severe anxiety. Josh transferred to another school halfway through the year. His parents said it was for academic reasons, but I know better. Sometimes I wake up at night to that same rotting smell lingering in my room, just for a moment before it's gone. And last week, I found moss on my windowsill, the same type that was growing on that forest preserve sign. I don't think whatever was in those woods stayed there. I think it followed us home. I think it's still watching, waiting. I wish I'd gone into those woods with them that night. At least then, I'd know what I'm so afraid of. I still can't shake what happened last weekend. It's been 5 days and I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see those figures standing there in the darkness. I need to write this down somewhere just to convince myself I'm not going crazy. It was supposed to be a simple family vacation. My Aunt Lucia had organized this big trip to Buchanan Park. You know, that national forest area that's supposed to have amazing hiking trails and those natural hot springs everyone posts about online. My parents couldn't go because of work, so I ended up tagging along with my Uncle Ramon, Aunt Lucia, and my 3 younger cousins, Marco, 12, Sophia, 9, and little Mateo, who's only 7. We left early Saturday morning, around 6 a.m. The weather forecast was perfect. Clear skies, mid-70s, just right for a day out in nature. Uncle Ramon was driving his new Ford Explorer, which he hadn't stopped talking about since he bought it 3 months ago. Aunt Lucia was in the passenger seat with the GPS pulled up on her phone. I was in the middle row with Marco and Sophia, while Mateo was in the back, surrounded by our coolers and backpacks. The first 2 hours of the drive were totally normal. We stopped for breakfast at this diner just off the interstate. I remember feeling so excited about the day ahead. We were going to hike to this waterfall that I'd been wanting to see forever. If I'd known what was coming, I would have begged to turn around right then. The trouble started when we got closer to the mountains of Dahili. If you've never been, they're these massive green mountains that look beautiful from a distance, covered in thick pine forests. People call them the Emerald Crown because of how they look with the sunlight hitting them. They seemed so peaceful from far away. Aunt Lucia's GPS told us to take exit 47 off the main highway. I remember because Uncle Ramon complained about it. "Are you sure that's right?" he asked, slowing down as we approached the exit. I thought we were supposed to stay on the highway all the way to Riverdale, then head north. Aunt Lucia double-checked her phone. "The GPS says this is a shortcut. It'll save us almost 40 minutes. That 40-minute shortcut nearly cost us our lives. We turned onto a 2-lane road that seemed fine at first. It was paved, had proper lane markings, the works. But after about 15 minutes, the road started to change. The pavement got rougher, the yellow lines faded, and the trees on either side grew denser and closer to the road. I remember noticing how the sunlight was struggling to break through the canopy above us, creating this weird, dappled effect on the windshield. "Ramon, I don't think this is right," my aunt said, frowning at her phone. "The signal keeps cutting out." Uncle Ramon just shrugged. "The road is still going in the right direction. GPS probably knows a back way. These mountain roads all connect eventually." I wish I'd spoken up then. I had this sinking feeling in my stomach, like when you're at the top of a roller coaster right before the drop. But I stayed quiet. The road kept getting narrower and more winding. What had been a decent 2-lane road was now barely wide enough for a single car. On our right was nothing but solid rock face, the mountain itself. On our left was, well, nothing. Just a sheer drop-off with no guardrail. I couldn't even see the bottom from my window, just a jumble of treetops far below, and then mist. By this point, the sun was starting to set. The sky had that orange-pink glow that normally looks beautiful, but now just made everything more eerie. The shadows were getting longer, darker. I noticed my aunt's knuckles were white where she gripped the door handle. "Ramon, slow down," she kept saying. "Please slow down." My cousins had stopped fighting over their tablets. Even Mateo, who never shuts up, was completely silent. I could feel the tension building in the car like pressure before a storm. The road kept climbing higher, twisting back on itself in hairpin turns that forced Uncle Ramon to inch around them at walking pace. Each time we turned, the drop-off seemed to get deeper, the road more narrow. I kept imagining the tires slipping on loose gravel, sending us all plummeting into that misty abyss. Then we reached what I can only describe as a ledge. The road, if you could even call it that anymore, had narrowed to maybe 8 feet wide. It was nothing but brown dirt and loose stones, with a vertical rock wall on one side and a drop of hundreds of feet on the other. No barriers, no signs, nothing. Uncle Ramon stopped the SUV completely. No one spoke for what felt like forever. "We need to turn around," Aunt Lucia whispered, her voice shaking. "Right now." "I can't turn here," Uncle Ramon said. His normal joking tone was gone. "There's no room." I leaned forward between the front seats and saw what he meant. The Explorer is pretty big, and there just wasn't enough space to make a full turn. We'd have to back up, maybe for miles, on this nightmare road with death waiting on one side. That's when Uncle Ramon pointed ahead. "Look, about 50 yards up, the road widens a bit. I think I could turn there." It was true. There was a slight bulge in the road ahead, where it looked maybe a few feet wider. Just enough room, possibly, to make a 3-point turn. "I don't know," Aunt Lucia started, "but what choice did we have?" Uncle Ramon inched the SUV forward, going so slow I could have walked faster. Nobody spoke. I could hear Marco's breathing getting faster beside me. Sophia had her eyes squeezed shut. I reached over and held her hand, trying to look braver than I felt. When we reached the wider section, Uncle Ramon stopped again. I could hear him take a deep breath. "All right, everyone stay still." He put the SUV in reverse, turning the wheel as he backed up. The rear tires came terrifyingly close to the edge. I could actually see small rocks dislodging and disappearing into the void. Then forward again, turning the wheel the other way. Back once more. Each time it felt like we were teetering on the very edge of disaster. On the third back and forth, there was this horrible moment when the SUV seemed to tip slightly toward the drop-off. Sophia whimpered. I think I stopped breathing entirely, but somehow Uncle Ramon managed it. He completed the turn, and we were facing back the way we came. The relief in that car was like a physical thing. I heard my aunt let out a shaky laugh. Uncle Ramon wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "Okay," he said, his voice unsteady. "Let's get the hell out of here." Going downhill was somehow even scarier than going up. Gravity was pulling us toward every curve, and Uncle Ramon had to ride the brakes constantly. The sun was setting fast now, casting long shadows across the road that made it hard to see the edges clearly. By the time we'd been driving back for about 20 minutes, it was almost completely dark. Uncle Ramon flipped on the high beams, which helped, but also created this tunnel effect. We could only see what was directly in front of us, while everything else was absolute blackness. "The road should widen out soon," Uncle Ramon said, though I could tell he was saying it more to reassure himself than us. But it didn't widen. If anything, it seemed different than when we'd come up. The turns weren't in the same places I remembered. The rock face looked different. "Are you sure this is the same road?" I finally asked. No one answered me. We kept driving downhill for what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes. The tension had started to ease a bit. At least we were heading away from that terrifying ledge, when suddenly Uncle Ramon slammed on the brakes. We all lurched forward. Sophia started crying. "What is it?" Aunt Lucia asked. panic edging into her voice. Uncle Ramon didn't answer. He just stared ahead, then slowly got out of the car. "Ramon!" Aunt Lucia hissed. "Get back in here!" But he was already walking forward into the beam of the headlights. Then he stopped, turned, and walked back to the driver's side window. "The road ends," he said simply. "What do you mean, ends?" Aunt Lucia asked. "I mean it just stops. There's nothing ahead. No continuation, no turn, nothing. Just forest." That wasn't possible. We'd come up this road. It had to go somewhere. Uncle Ramon got back in the car and put it in park, then reached under his seat for the big flashlight he keeps there for emergencies. "I'm going to check it out." "Don't leave us," Mateo said from the back, his voice tiny with fear. "I'll be right back, buddy. Just need to see what's going on." He got out again, and this time walked further ahead, swinging the flashlight beam from side to side. We watched him get smaller as he moved away from the car, until he was just a silhouette with a moving light. After about 5 minutes, he came back. His face looked strange in the glow of the dashboard lights. "There's no road," he said, sliding back into the driver's seat. "It just ends, turns into forest. There's not even a trail." "That's impossible," Aunt Lucia said. "We came up this way." Uncle Ramon shook his head. "I don't think we did. I think we took a wrong turn somewhere." "But we didn't pass any other roads," I protested. Uncle Ramon didn't respond. Instead, he put the SUV in reverse. "We'll back up to where we can turn around, find another way down." He started backing up slowly, and that's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on my eyes. The high beams were pointing behind us now as we reversed, illuminating the road we'd just driven down. But at the very edge of the light, where it faded into darkness, I saw movement. "Uncle Ramon," I said, my voice coming out as barely more than a whisper. "Stop." Maybe it was something in my tone, but he stopped immediately. "Turn the car," I said. "Point the headlights back that way." He did, and that's when we all saw them. There were figures standing among the trees at the edge of the road. Not one or two, but many, maybe 8 or 10. They were just standing there, not moving, not approaching, just watching. In the harsh glare of the high beams, I could see they were human-shaped, but something was off about them. They were too still, too silent. I couldn't make out their faces clearly. They were partly hidden by the trees, standing just far enough back to be in shadow. "Mom?" Marco's voice cracked. "Who are those people?" Aunt Lucia didn't answer. No one did. We all just stared at those silent watchers for what felt like eternity. They didn't call out to us, didn't wave, didn't move closer to help or to threaten. They just stood, perfectly still, looking at our vehicle. Uncle Ramon was the first to break the spell. He slammed the SUV into drive and hit the gas, not caring anymore about the narrowness of the road or the drop-off to our left. He just wanted to get away from those people, if that's what they were. We sped back up the mountain road, taking the turns too fast, bouncing over ruts and rocks. No one complained. We were all too focused on what we'd seen. Eventually, we came to a fork in the road that none of us remembered from before. Without hesitation, Uncle Ramon took the right branch, which seemed wider and better maintained. Miraculously, it led us back to a paved road after about 20 minutes. I've never been so happy to see asphalt in my life. From there, we found our way to a small town, I don't even remember the name, and pulled into the parking lot of a 7-Eleven. The fluorescent lights of that convenience store felt like the safest place in the world. We all went inside, using the bathroom, buying sodas and snacks we didn't really want, just to be around normal people and bright lights. No one talked about what had happened. Not then. We ended up finding a motel for the night and driving home the next morning, never making it to Buchanan Park. The whole way back, I kept thinking about those silent figures in the trees. Who were they? Why didn't they speak or come closer? Were they lost too? Or did they live up there somehow? And why were they all just standing there, watching us? I've tried researching the area since we got back. The mountains of Dahile are mostly uninhabited, especially in the higher regions. There are no communities, no cabins, no campsites in the area where we were lost. So who were those people? I keep thinking about how the road just ended, how it was different on the way down than it was on the way up, how the GPS led us there and then lost signal. None of it makes sense. I thought the scariest part of that day was nearly driving off a cliff, but I was wrong. The scariest part is not knowing who or what was watching us from those trees, and why the road led us directly to them before simply disappearing. I haven't told my parents about this. I haven't told anyone. But I needed to write it down somewhere, because every night when I try to sleep, I see those silhouettes standing perfectly still, watching us from the darkness. And I wonder, what would have happened if we'd gotten out of the car? I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been 20 years, but I physically can't do it. My wife thinks I'm weird about it, but she respects it. She doesn't know the real reason. I've never told her the whole story. I'm not even sure I can explain it properly, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened when I was 10 years old, back in Walker, Louisiana. My parents had just gone through a pretty nasty divorce, and my mom, my little brother Trent, who was 7 at the time, and I had moved into this small 3-bedroom house on the edge of town. The house backed up to a stretch of woods, nothing massive, but dense enough that you couldn't see through them. For the first few months, Trent and I shared a room. It was cramped, and we fought constantly. I was going through enough with the divorce, and sharing a tiny bedroom with a 7-year-old wasn't helping. After my mom got a promotion at work, she converted the spare room that had been used for storage into a bedroom for me. It was across the hall from Trent's room, with both our doors facing each other. I was so excited to have my own space. The room was small, but felt like a mansion compared to sharing with my brother. My bed was positioned against the wall opposite the door, so when I laid in bed, I was directly facing the doorway and could see straight across to Trent's room if both our doors were open. The night it happened started like any other. Mom tucked us in around 9:30. She usually left both our doors cracked open with the hallway light on so Trent wouldn't get scared. I remember feeling grown up and independent in my new room. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was. We didn't have a digital clock in my room, just this old Mickey Mouse analog one that was hard to read in the dark. But it was late. The house was completely silent, and the hallway light had been turned off, which Mom did before she went to bed. When I opened my eyes, I immediately sensed something was wrong. You know that feeling when someone is watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. My door was open wider than it had been when I went to sleep, and there was something standing in the doorway. At first, my sleepy brain thought it was my mom checking on me, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized whatever was standing there was way too tall to be my mom. It was this unnaturally thin figure, impossibly tall, almost touching the top of the door frame. The hallway was dark, but there was enough ambient light from the windows for me to make out some details, and I wished to God I couldn't. Its skin was this sickly pale white color, almost glowing in the darkness. Not like normal pale skin, more like paper or like something that had never seen the sun. It had a completely round, hairless head perched on a too long neck. The proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down at its sides, way longer than they should have been, with these fingers that seemed to stretch almost to its knees. But the worst part, the part that still makes me wake up in cold sweats, was its face. I couldn't make out a mouth in the darkness, but its eyes, they were either completely black or just empty sockets. I couldn't tell. They were fixed directly on me, not moving, not blinking, just staring. I was completely frozen. I don't know if it was fear or if something about this thing paralyzed me, but I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there, staring back at it, barely breathing. I remember my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching me with those terrible black eyes. Then suddenly, it moved. It didn't step away like a person would. It sort of shifted backwards into the hallway. As it moved, I heard this faint popping sound, like knuckles cracking, coming from its joints. That sound still haunts me. It was so unnatural, like its body wasn't meant to move that way. Once it disappeared from the doorway, I found I could move again. I didn't hesitate. I bolted out of bed and ran straight to my mom's room at the end of the hall. I didn't look left or right, didn't check to see where the thing had gone. I just ran. I burst into my mom's room, sobbing and hyperventilating. I remember her sitting up, startled, asking what was wrong. I tried to explain, but I was crying so hard she could barely understand me. Before I could get it all out, Trent appeared in the doorway of Mom's room, tears streaming down his face. "There was a monster," he said, his voice shaking. My blood went cold. My little brother had seen it too. Mom turned on her bedside lamp and tried to calm us both down. At first, she thought we were feeding off each other's nightmare energy or something. You know how kids can get worked up. But as we described what we'd seen, separately, the details matched too closely for it to be coincidence. Trent said he'd woken up earlier and seen the white man with black eyes standing in his doorway, just watching him. He'd pulled the covers over his head and stayed that way until he heard me run to Mom's room. Mom was freaked out, though she tried not to show it. She got up and checked both our rooms, then the rest of the house. I refused to let her go alone and clung to her robe the entire time. Trent stayed in her bed, too scared to move. The house seemed empty. Everything was locked and in place, except for the kitchen door that led to the backyard. It was unlocked and slightly ajar, just cracked open an inch or so. Mom swore she'd locked it before bed, like she always did. The three of us slept in Mom's bed that night, with every light in the house turned on. In the morning, Mom called the police. They came and looked around but found nothing. No footprints outside, no signs of forced entry. They probably thought we were just a divorced mom with two kids who had nightmares. But they did a sweep of the woods behind our house anyway. Nothing. For weeks after, Mom installed extra locks on all the doors and windows. She bought a baseball bat that she kept by her bed. Trent and I slept in her room for almost a month before she convinced us to try our own beds again. I never saw the figure standing in my doorway again. At least, not physically, but I see it every night in my dreams. Sometimes I'll wake up at 3 a.m., and for a split second, I'll see that silhouette in my doorway, that round white head and those black soulless eyes. Before I blink, and it's gone. We lived in that house for 3 more years before Mom got transferred for work, and we moved to Texas. We never had another encounter with whatever it was. But the experience changed me forever. I spent those 3 years sleeping with my door completely closed and locked, with a dresser pushed in front of it. I still have to sleep with my back to a wall, never facing a door or window. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was an extremely tall, thin person who broke in. Maybe it was some kind of bizarre hallucination that somehow both Trent and I experienced. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by something outside. But deep down, I know what I saw. And the fact that Trent saw it too, with the same details, makes it impossible for me to dismiss. The most disturbing part is that I don't know what it wanted. It didn't attack us or steal anything. It just watched, like it was studying us. Why? What was it looking for? These questions have haunted me for 2 decades. I've researched local legends from Walker, tried to find similar stories, but nothing quite matches what we experienced. Some people mentioned skinwalkers or wendigos when I've vaguely described it, but those never felt right. Whatever was in our house that night didn't feel like something from Native American folklore. It felt older, colder, more alien. Trent and I don't talk about it much anymore. He's got a family of his own now, lives up in Chicago. But every once in a while, when we're together and the conversation lulls, one of us will ask, "Do you still think about that night?" The answer is always yes. I've been to therapy, tried medication for anxiety, practiced meditation, everything I can think of to get past this. But nothing helps with the core fear. I physically cannot sleep with my bedroom door open, not even a crack. The thought of waking up and seeing that figure standing there again makes me feel like I'm 10 years old, paralyzed with terror. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching other families, other children. Sometimes I wonder if it followed us when we moved, if it's been watching me all these years, waiting for me to leave my door open again. I know this all sounds crazy. Maybe it is. Maybe my childhood trauma from the divorce manifested in some shared delusion with my brother. That would be the rational explanation. But rational explanations don't explain the kitchen door being open. They don't explain how both Trent and I saw the exact same thing, down to those impossibly long fingers and the popping sound its joints made when it moved. I've never gone back to Walker. I'm not sure I could bring myself to drive past that house or look at those woods again. What if it's still there, waiting? What if seeing that place again somehow calls it back to me? The weirdest thing happened last week that prompted me to finally write this all down. My son, he's 6, woke up crying in the middle of the night. When I went to his room, he said there was a tall white person standing in his doorway watching him. I nearly had a heart attack until he added that it was wearing a hat and had a beard. Turns out he'd hung his bathrobe on the back of his door, and in the darkness, with his coat rack next to it, it created a tall, human-like silhouette. I've never been so relieved to find a simple explanation for something, but it brought all these memories flooding back. And I realized I've never really told anyone the full story, not even my wife. She knows I have a thing about open doors at night, but I've always been too afraid to tell her why. Afraid she'll think I'm crazy or, worse, that talking about it might somehow summon it back. I don't know what was in our house that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or some twisted person who got their kicks scaring children. All I know is that 20 years later, I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I still sleep with my back to the wall, and I still can't handle having my bedroom door open at night. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that faint popping sound, like knuckles cracking, coming from somewhere in the darkness outside my door. I don't know why I've waited so long to write this down. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's fear that putting these words on screen somehow makes it more real than the nightmares that have followed me for the past 12 years. I still work at the same gas station on the edge of Millbrook. It's a nothing job in a nothing town, but it pays the bills while I save up to finally leave this place behind. I was supposed to leave years ago. That was always the plan Tommy and I had. We were going to graduate high school and get the hell out of here together. Tommy never made it past 16. Growing up in Millbrook meant making your own entertainment. Our town has exactly one stoplight, a grocery store that doubles as the post office, and more churches than restaurants. The closest movie theater is 40 minutes away in Coopersville. So as kids, we explored. We knew every creek bed, every abandoned barn, and every shortcut through the woods surrounding our little pocket of nowhere. But there was one place even the bravest kids wouldn't go after dark. Blackbriar Farm. The farm had been abandoned since before I was born. The story goes that the Walkers, the family who owned it, just disappeared one day back in the 80s. Left their clothes in the closets, food on the table, and their old Chevy still parked in the driveway. Search parties found nothing. After a while, the property fell into disrepair, and the county took ownership but never sold it. The house eventually collapsed in on itself, and the barn wasn't far behind. The weird thing was the cornfield. Despite nobody tending to the land for decades, that cornfield still grew every single year. Not in neat rows like when the Walkers were around, but wild and scattered across the property. My dad said it was probably just seeds being carried by birds or the wind, but nobody really believed that explanation. It was too perfect, too cyclical. Every spring, new stalks would pierce through the soil. By August, they'd stand taller than most men. Tommy was always more curious about Blackbriar than I was. He'd drag me out there on our bikes at least once a summer, daring each other to touch the rusted farm equipment or peek through the collapsed windows of the old Walker house. We never stayed past sunset, though. That was the unspoken rule everyone in town seemed to follow. Until the summer we were 16. It was late August, that time when summer break is almost over and you're desperate to fit in one last adventure before school starts again. Tommy showed up at my house around 4 p.m. with that look in his eye that always meant trouble. "Let's camp at Blackbriar tonight," he said as soon as I opened the door. I immediately started shaking my head. "No way, my parents would kill me." "So tell them you're staying at my place. I already told my mom I'm at yours." I should have said no. I should have laughed it off and suggested we go to the quarry instead or play video games in my basement. But Tommy had this way of making even the stupidest ideas sound like the greatest adventure of all time. So I packed my backpack with a flashlight, some snacks, a blanket, and told my parents I was sleeping over at Tommy's. We took our bikes and headed toward Blackbriar around 6 p.m., plenty of time to set up our camp before dark. The farm was about 3 miles from town, down an overgrown dirt road that hadn't seen maintenance in decades. As we approached, the corn was visible from a distance, tall, unruly stalks swaying slightly, despite there being no breeze that day. I remember thinking how wrong it looked, like the corn was breathing. We ditched our bikes at the edge of the property and made our way toward what was left of the barn. Tommy thought it would make a good shelter for the night, and I wasn't about to suggest camping in the open. "This is going to be awesome," Tommy said, ducking under a fallen beam to enter what remained of the structure. "We'll be the first kids to spend the night here in forever." "If we don't get tetanus first," I said, eyeing the rusted nails poking out from the rotting wood. We set up our makeshift camp, laying out blankets on the least disgusting part of the floor. Tommy had brought his dad's portable radio, and we managed to pick up some staticky station playing 80s rock. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the gaps in the barn walls. That's when we heard it. At first, I thought it was just the radio distorting, or maybe the wind picking up. But as we both fell silent, there was no mistaking it. Someone was crying. It was a woman's voice, soft and broken, coming from somewhere in the cornfield. "Do you hear that?" Tommy whispered, already on his feet. I nodded, my mouth suddenly too dry to speak. "Someone's out there," he said, grabbing his flashlight. "They might need help." I grabbed his arm. "Don't. Let's just go home, Tommy." He shook me off. "It's probably just some high school kids trying to scare us. Or maybe someone's hurt." Deep down, I knew it wasn't either of those things. Something about that crying felt wrong, like it wasn't quite human. But Tommy was already heading out of the barn, flashlight beam cutting through the growing darkness. I had no choice but to follow him. The corn seemed to swallow us as we stepped between the stalks. The plant stood well over 7 feet tall, blocking out what little daylight remained. I stayed close behind Tommy, trying not to lose sight of him as we pushed deeper into the field. The crying grew louder, clearer. It was definitely a woman, her sobs punctuated by these little gasping breaths that made my skin crawl. It sounded like genuine grief, the kind that hollows you out from the inside. "Hello?" Tommy called out. "Are you okay? We can help." The crying stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Tommy's flashlight beam finally landed on something white about 20 yards ahead of us. As we got closer, I could make out a figure sitting on the ground between the corn rows. It was a woman in a white dress, her back to us, her dark hair hanging long and tangled down her back. She was completely motionless now. "Ma'am," Tommy said, his voice cracking slightly. "Are you hurt?" She didn't respond, didn't move, just sat there, perfectly still, as if she hadn't been sobbing her heart out seconds earlier. Something inside me was screaming to run, to grab Tommy and get the hell out of there. But I was frozen, watching as my best friend took another step toward the woman. "We heard you crying," he said, now only about 10 feet from her. "Can we call someone for you?" The woman's head tilted slightly, like she was listening. Then, with a movement that still haunts my nightmares, she began to turn toward us. It wasn't the smooth motion of a person turning around. It was jerky, unnatural, like someone had grabbed her shoulders and was forcing her body to rotate while her lower half stayed perfectly still. As her face came into view, Tommy's flashlight illuminated what I can only describe as death itself. Her face was grotesquely decomposed, the skin gray and hanging in loose patches that revealed the bone beneath. Her eyes were milky white, sunken deep into their sockets. But the worst part was her mouth. It hung open at an impossible angle, like her jaw had been broken and never healed right. Tommy screamed. I couldn't even do that much. I just stood there, pissing myself like a toddler as the thing that wasn't a woman slowly rose to its feet without using its hands, like it was being pulled up by strings. It was tall. Much taller than any normal woman should be. Its white dress was filthy and torn, revealing more of that grayish, rotting flesh underneath. "Tommy," I finally managed to choke out. "Tommy, run!" But he was frozen in place as the thing took one lurching step toward him, then another. Its movement was all wrong, like it had only recently learned how human bodies were supposed to work. When it reached for Tommy, its arm seemed to stretch unnaturally, covering the distance between them in an instant. Bony fingers wrapped around his wrist, and I heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking. Tommy screamed again, this time in pain rather than fear. I should have helped him. I should have done something, anything. Instead, I watched in horror as the thing's mouth began to open wider, impossibly wider, until its jaw seemed to unhinge like a snake's. Tommy looked back at me, his eyes wide with terror. "Run," he said. Not screaming it, not dramatic like in the movies, just a simple, desperate command. "Run," and God help me, I did. I turned and crashed through the corn, branches whipping against my face as I ran blindly away from my best friend and the nightmare that had him. I could hear Tommy's screams behind me, becoming more garbled and wet-sounding until they suddenly cut off completely. I don't remember finding my way out of the cornfield. I don't remember grabbing my bike or pedaling home. My next clear memory is sitting in my parents' living room, surrounded by police officers as I tried to explain what had happened between hysterical sobs. They organized a search party at first light. I couldn't bring myself to go back there, but my dad joined them. They found our camp in the barn, our backpacks still there. They found paths trampled through the corn where we had walked. They found one of Tommy's shoes, the white Nike he'd gotten for his birthday that summer. It was covered in blood. They never found Tommy. The official report said he was likely attacked by an animal, possibly a bear that had wandered down from the mountains. The town held a memorial service. Tommy's parents moved away a few months later. Everyone tried to move on, but I knew what I saw. I knew no bear had taken my friend. I should have left town after high school like I planned. But something kept me here. Guilt, maybe, or the irrational feeling that if I stayed, somehow I'd find answers, or Tommy would find his way back. So I got the job at the Sunoco on Route 16, pumping gas and selling cigarettes and lottery tickets to the same faces day after day. I rent a small apartment above the pharmacy downtown. I keep to myself mostly. I never go near Blackbriar Farm. Until last night. It was a slow evening shift, almost closing time. I was restocking the cooler when the bell over the door dinged. I called out that I'd be right with them, but when I came to the counter, there was no one there. That's when I noticed her through the windows, standing across the road at the edge of the trees. A woman in a white dress. I felt my heart stop, then start again at triple speed. She was too far away to see her face clearly, but I knew it was the same thing from the cornfield. I closed up the station in record time, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice. I drove home going 20 over the speed limit the whole way, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door, closed all the blinds, and sat on my couch with all the lights on until morning. I called in sick to work today. I can't bring myself to leave. Because last night, around 3 a.m., I heard it. Crying. Soft, broken sobbing, coming from directly below my window. I haven't looked outside. I can't. But the crying hasn't stopped. It's been hours now. Just continuous heartbroken weeping. And sometimes between the sobs, I swear I can hear Tommy's voice, calling my name, asking why I left him there. I think tonight she's finally come for me too. I've been trying to wrap my head around what happened for weeks now, but I still can't make sense of it. I keep replaying the events in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation, but there isn't one. I've known Jake since primary school, 14 years of friendship. I thought I knew him better than anyone, but now I'm not even sure if Jake exists anymore. It started about a month ago when Jake and I decided to go camping in the Daintree rainforest up in Queensland. We'd both just finished our first semester at uni in Brisbane and needed to clear our heads. Jake suggested this secluded spot he'd heard about from his uncle. No designated campgrounds, no tourists, just pure wilderness. Somewhere we could truly disconnect. The first 2 days were perfect. We hiked during the day, exploring dense jungle and cooling off in hidden waterholes. At night, we'd drink beers around the campfire, talking about everything and nothing like we always had. The isolation was exactly what we needed. No cell service, no other people, just us and the sounds of the rainforest. On the third day, things changed. We were running low on firewood, and Jake volunteered to gather more while I prepared lunch. "Back in 20, he said, grabbing our hatchet and heading into the trees. I didn't think much of it then. I wish I had. 20 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour. I started calling his name, but the dense foliage seemed to swallow my voice. The rainforest suddenly felt oppressive, the air heavy and still in a way I hadn't noticed before. After another half hour of shouting myself hoarse, I was about to grab our emergency whistle when I heard rustling from the trees. Jake emerged from the bushes, arms loaded with wood. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by irritation. "Jesus, mate, where the hell were you? I was about to come looking." He stared at me for a moment too long before answering. Got turned around. "Sorry." That's when I noticed he wasn't wearing the same clothes. He'd left wearing his faded red Brisbane Broncos t-shirt and khaki shorts. Now he had on a plain green t-shirt I'd never seen before and different shorts. "Did you change?" I asked. He looked down at himself as if surprised. "Yeah, got mud all over the other ones." It seemed reasonable enough, but something in his delivery felt off. Jake dumped the wood by our fire pit and sat down heavily on a log. The way he moved was different, stiffer, more deliberate, like he was thinking about each muscle movement. "You all right?" I asked. "Fine," he said, but his voice had a flat quality I'd never heard before. "Just tired." We ate lunch in silence. Jake barely touched his sandwich, which was unusual for him. He'd always been a big eater. When I asked if he was feeling sick, he just shook his head and forced down a few more bites. That night, I woke up to the sound of movement outside our tent. Through the mesh window, I could make out Jake's silhouette by the dying embers of our fire. He was just standing there, completely motionless, staring into the darkness between the trees. I watched for nearly 10 minutes as he stood like a statue, not shifting his weight, not swatting at mosquitoes. Nothing. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning and Jake was inside the tent, snoring beside me. I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. While Jake was washing up at the creek that morning, I decided to organize our gear. That's when I found his clothes, the ones he'd been wearing when he went to gather wood. They were stuffed deep in his backpack, partially burned and stained with what looked horribly like blood. Not just mud like he'd claimed, actual blood. My heart hammered in my chest as I heard him returning to camp. I shoved the clothes back where I'd found them and pretended to be busy with the cooking gear. "Sleep okay?" he asked, his voice oddly monotone. "Yeah, fine," I lied. "You?" He paused before answering, like he was processing the question. "Yes, fine." Throughout the day, I noticed more strange behaviors. He'd repeat the same phrases, word for word, in exactly the same tone. When I cracked a joke that made him laugh, the sound was so hollow and artificial, it made my skin crawl. An hour later, when I said something else funny, his laugh was identical. Same pitch, same duration, same facial expression. It was like watching someone perform the same recorded sound bite. Even more disturbing, I caught him watching me when he thought I wasn't looking. Not just glancing, but studying intently, as if memorizing my expressions. Then later, when I'd make a face, surprise or concentration, I'd see him unconsciously mimic it, like he was practicing. That night around the campfire, I decided to test him. Remember that time in year 9 when we stole Mr. Patterson's toupee and ran it up the flagpole? It was one of our favorite shared memories, something we'd reminisced about dozens of times. Jake stared at me blankly. "Yeah," he finally said. "That was funny. No details, no laughing about how Patterson had gone purple with rage, nothing." "What about your 10th birthday?" I pressed. "When your mom got you that blue BMX bike?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Yeah, good bike." Jake had never owned a blue BMX. His birthday was in winter, and he'd gotten a PlayStation that year, not a bike. My blood ran cold. I knew then that something was seriously wrong, but I had no idea what to do. We were at least a day's hike from civilization, and I couldn't just confront whatever this was. So I pretended everything was normal while mentally counting down the hours until we could leave. The next morning, I noticed bruises on Jake's arms and neck that hadn't been there the day before. Dark purple marks that looked almost like handprints. When I asked about them, he looked surprised, then quickly pulled his sleeves down. "Must have happened when I was collecting firewood," he said dismissively. For lunch, I heated up some canned stew. When I gave Jake his portion, he picked at it disinterestedly until I turned away. When I glanced back, I caught him scooping out chunks of beef and eating them separately, barely cooked. His eyes closed in what looked like pleasure as he chewed the bloody meat. That evening, I brought up something that had been bothering me since our first night. "You know, I keep feeling like something's watching us from the trees." Jake's head snapped up with an alertness I hadn't seen since before his disappearance. "What do you mean?" "Just a weird feeling, like we're not alone out here." His expression shifted subtly. "There's nothing in these woods that would hurt us." "How can you be so sure?" He smiled then, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Because it already got what it wanted." I felt sick. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I lay awake, listening to Jake's breathing, which never settled into the familiar rhythm of sleep I'd heard countless times during our friendship. He was awake too, perfectly still, eyes fixed on the tent ceiling. The next morning, our 5th day, I announced that I wasn't feeling well and thought we should head back early. For a moment, something like anger flashed across Jake's face before it smoothed into concern. "If that's what you want," he said, his voice carefully neutral. We packed up in silence. As we hiked back, I made sure to stay behind him, unwilling to turn my back on whatever was wearing my friend's skin. Every so often, he would stop and tilt his head, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Once, I caught him staring at his own reflection in a stream, touching his face with a look of confusion and fascination. When we finally reached my car, the relief was overwhelming. During the long drive back to Brisbane, Jake barely spoke. He just stared out the window, occasionally mimicking the movements of passing drivers, like he was studying human behavior. I dropped him off at his apartment with a promise to catch up soon, a promise I had no intention of keeping. As I watched him walk away, his movements still stiff and deliberate, I realized I was shaking. In the weeks since, things have only gotten stranger. Jake's social media, once filled with party photos and surfing videos, has gone quiet. His few posts are bizarrely formal, with none of his usual slang or humor. When mutual friends mention him, they say he's become withdrawn and different. Two people told me he just stares at them during conversations like he's waiting for cues on how to respond. His neighbor mentioned that Jake's cat disappeared a few days after we returned. Then his roommate's dog went missing too. The roommate moved out shortly after. I've been avoiding Jake's calls and texts, making excuses about being busy with summer classes. The messages he sends are becoming increasingly strange, disjointed and repetitive, with odd phrases that don't sound like him at all. Yesterday he texted, "We should go back to the forest. It's nice there, quiet, just us, like before." I didn't respond. This morning, I woke up to find him standing in my front yard, just staring up at my window. He didn't move or call out. He just stood there for nearly an hour before walking away. I don't know what happened in those woods. I don't know what came back wearing Jake's face. All I know is that my best friend went into the forest and something else came out. Something that walks and talks like Jake, but isn't him. Something that doesn't quite know how to be human. Sometimes I wonder if I should go to the police, but what would I say? My friend acts weird now. I think he's been replaced by something from the woods. They'd think I was crazy. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm next. If whatever is wearing Jake's skin is just waiting for the right moment to take mine, too. I keep the doors locked now. I've stopped going out after dark. And I keep thinking about those bloodied clothes stuffed in his backpack and his voice saying it already got what it wanted. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to believe me. Because Jake, my Jake, is gone. And I'm terrified of what's living inside his body now.